Hello, everyone. I'm honored to be the one who starts and greets you on the second day of Health for All conference. And this day is dedicated especially for PhD students and PhD students' thesis and abstracts and their scientific work. Also, this day is dedicated to World Health Day, which is today. And our topic today is our planet, our health, which will be elaborate later on. My name is Vilma Traškaitė-Juškevičienė. I'm the chairman of PhD Students' Council of Lithuanian University of Health Sciences. And to open the conference, I would like to introduce our Vice Rector for Research, Professor Vaiva Lesauskaitė. So please, the floor is yours, and we are happy to have you here.
So, hello everybody. It is indeed a great pleasure to be this morning with you. And as it was mentioned, today is the World Health Day. And as we are joking that it is name day of our university, because we are Lithuanian University of Health Sciences. And today, this special day, as you know, is named that our planet, our health. And I remember this time 10 years, now not 10, more 11 years ago, when merged Kaunas Medical University and Lithuanian Veterinary Academy. And as a background for this, our merging was understanding that there is one world and one health. And after this many years, this is emphasized also by WHO. So indeed, it is my pleasure to congratulate all PhD students, our researchers. Now, of course, I see that this year is such special year, and special why? It is a very low number of the abstracts, low number of presentations. And I think maybe it was this COVID period when everybody became more relaxed. But I can say that according to the results you are showing, you were hardworking, not relaxing, because last year our PhD students had around more than 2 high impact papers in high impacted journals in medical sciences, in biomedicine, and in veterinary academy around even 3. So it was very good results. And as well, if to look to the publications, you are applying to the research foundation of the university very actively, and I see that your publication is indeed high level. Of course, maybe during this time, during COVID situation, you used to be alone and to write, and you lost your ability to speak, to present, and I hope that next year will be more numerous presentation as it was in previous years. Of course, we have this special year, especially this year, due to events in Ukraine. And I think that ending my speech, I would like to tell that we wish victory for Ukraine and peace in Lithuania. Thank you for your being there. Thank you for your works you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for this inspiring opening of our conference. Indeed, these are not the year after COVID. This is a year of more important things happening in the world, and actually very close to our country. So I believe we are united in these thoughts, and we are united in our feelings for Ukraine and for Ukrainian people. However, we have to move on with our conference. And today we will have 3 sessions. This one is plenary session with 3 presentations. Then after that we will have our scientific session, which is called experimental medicine. And we will end our conference with the last session, which will be dedicated for clinical medicine. So to begin with, I would like to introduce lecturer and presenter from Health Research Institute, Tomas Vaičiūnas, who is going to tell us about our health and our planet and how these two things are connected and interacting with each other. So Thomas, please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody, colleagues, well, students. Technically, to be honest, I'm still PhD student, and I'm proud to be here with you on the floor. And the topic is quite interesting, but if you let me, I will be boring during these 40 minutes. Why? I'm not going to tell you about the problems we do have in our planet, like sustainability, environmental issues, pollution, and etc. I will start a little bit conscious with a video. It's not very, like, well, let's say, common between the sessions or during the presentation. And I will ask you or just encourage you to think out of the box when we are talking about our planet and our health in our planet. So usually we're thinking about the outcomes rather than focusing on causes of the problems. And this is very not unique, but very universal in various of sectors. And the healthcare sector or environmental sector is focusing on the same problems. But the main messages coming from various organizations is to stop thinking about the consequences or outcomes rather than focusing on the the causes of the problems. So so as I mentioned, it will be a very boring session, and just a quick notes about the problems we do have around the planet and around the globe and in Lithuania too. Environmental, I think so, problems. Well, we do have the main causes of the pollution in our Earth is indoor and outdoor pollution. Also, we do have problems with, burning coals and resources from the ground, which oils. And the main cause, or one of the major causes of pollution in Europe, farming is becoming a single biggest cause of worst air pollution in Europe, and not only in Europe. If we take a look to the charts from the 2021, farming is in the 3rd place from sources of pollution in the earth. So it's really interesting, and to going to the point, I would like to start or to show you a video. Sorry, my mouse is not working. Okay. Here we go.
Do you know what is responsible for 70% of deaths worldwide today? NCDs, or non-communicable diseases. Think chronic respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, cancer and diabetes, ones that are not transmissible from one person to another. They are caused by bad diets, unhealthy lifestyles, polluted environments and poor living conditions. As their numbers rise, this epidemic of NCDs threatens to overwhelm our health systems, our economies and millions of lives. We ask experts to imagine what our world could be like in 20 years if we eradicated NCDs altogether. While there are things we can do personally, it would require a total rethink of our systems, of our relationship with nature and each other. Let's take a look. It's 2040 and all NCDs have been eliminated, saving hundreds of millions of lives. While yesterday's cities only responded to problems, today's cities are not just preventative, they are anticipatory. Peer-to-peer data and health drones, powered by artificial intelligence systems, ensure the city is living and breathing, anticipating our health problems, and sending early warning messages directly to your communication devices. This does not mean health power has shifted to city politicians, but that the city is a health friend, participating in your life journey. Nature has entered the city. There are parks, green buildings, and wild reserves. The traffic jam is a thing of the past. Whole blocks, highways, and hospitals are reclaimed and repurposed. All cars are now electric, but we prefer to walk, bike, take an electric bus, or enjoy the views from a gondola. The city, if you choose to let it, helps you avoid areas that may be bad for you, and helps you figure out best spots for meditation or prayer, and the cleanest areas for a run or a bicycle ride. The city works with you to create optimum health. Smoking and drinking is something our parents did. Today, we choose revolutionary neuropharmaceuticals with and without the hallucinogenic ride that can relieve stress and depression at the click of a finger. Delicious plant-based and in vitro meats dominate our menus. Sure, you can have pizza 3 days in a row, but not without warning from your health device showing your current and projected cholesterol and blood sugar levels, even your genetic risk factors personalized to you. Your belt can detect obesity, your shoes can detect dementia. All clothes are wearable tech as standard. Instead of the fireman or the doctor as heroes saving you, citizens are their own health heroes, using real-time data from the anticipatory city to ensure the health of people and planet thrives. Here's how it happened. In 2022, a combination of COVID-19, rising obesity rates, and ensuing human and economic crises gave the impetus for decision makers across sectors to come together and take collective responsibility for NCDs. The human and economic cost of not doing so is too great to bear. In 2023, a few countries led the charge to remeasure their future, moving from GDP to well-being. Incentives were put in place that redirected entire industries towards health. From transportation, food and beverage to governance, health was at the top of the agenda for the first time. They embrace a life course approach, addressing the causes, not the consequences of ill health. The results are so impressive that other countries followed suit. In 2024, UN agencies, governments, transport ministries, retail giants, manufacturers and citizens collaborated to design gondola projects in major cities around the world. This clean, quiet and affordable mode of transport quickly found its way into people's hearts. And soon, cities around the world are manufacturing their own. In 2025, COP30 achieved a global agreement to reduce temperatures by 3 degrees. A groundbreaking global study on the economic benefits of health spending is launched to the world, alongside a new and more radical global action plan on health promotion by the WHO, which sparked massive investment in prevention. In 2026, every government and corporate policy around the globe is assessed in terms of its impact on the health and well-being of current and future generations. Wave after wave of health innovations follow. In 2027, Big Pharma refocused its efforts on personalized medicine, corporate responsibility, and peer-to-peer global medical cooperatives. Patent regimes were relaxed so billions could enhance their life chances. In 2028, large pharma cooperatives that began in 2020 start taking off. Startups run by idealistic scientists with rapid information sharing led the way. Knowledge is shared, more and more understand that for each person to win at health, all must win. In 2029, driven by pro-health incentive structures and after years of testing, Big Alcohol unveils a range of personalized alcohol-free products, promising humanity the best possible time with the least possible harm. In 2030, health and well-being forms the backbone of the new Sustainable Development Goals. There is a global treaty on alcohol control in place, and oil is no longer the dominant source of energy. By 2035, energy, like health, is decentralized. There is a new ecology of localized energy and health systems, but with integration through the anticipatory city. Breakthroughs by pharma cooperatives have meant that cheaper health products, vaccines, cures are available for all. Well-being by 2040 is the new measurement of health and wealth. The 4 Ps, prosperity, people, planet and purpose, have become the norm. Health becomes a true global human right. We do this by the 5th P, partnership. No one can predict the future, and in a complex, rapidly changing world, many futures are possible. The future will be shaped by the decisions we make in the present. We can move from my health to our health, from survival of the fittest to survival for all, but only if we work together today.
So this is our future when we incorporating our planet's health to our possible health outcomes. But what was the key message from WHO experts from all over the globe? The key message was, let's focus on the causes of the problems rather than consequences. And WHO and various of organizations calling for not only for environmental outcomes but and for health outcomes to be focused on the consequences, and they called this babies in the water. So just imagine you are walking by a river, then you are seeing a baby floating by. Well, it's a picture down up here, and naturally what are you doing? You're trying to, or maybe you're willing to try to jump in and pull the baby to the safety environment, well, to the shore. Then you turn around and see another baby coming or floating to your side, and you jump in and do the same again. This happens a third time, a fourth time, and a fifth time. Well, what's wrong? A downstream approach to the problem is stationing a man permanently to pull babies out of the water. When we are talking about the upstream approach, is finding out how we get into the water in the first place and preventing it. This is what we what we calling consequences are not the best solution when we are introducing to our prevention when taking care of the problems. And back in 2021, WHO and World Health Assembly for Environmental Health stated that it's time to face the truth that our planet and the public health is in crisis. And what is common between our environmental issues or the consequences like sustainability and pollution, and between our health is a lifestyle. Basically, our lifestyle on a daily basis causes our major environmental issues as well as health outcomes issues. If we are taking into account these lifestyle-related issues, so we can see that our biggest sources of pollution is based on our daily basis. Our choices, everyday choices, what we are doing, our eating habits, our moving habits, our even indoor or outdoor habits, what we are using, for example, plastics, paper sources, what sources of the food we are choosing. And this is the main problem where we are facing not only environmental issues, but also in healthcare outcomes and issues. And if we take a look into the numbers, well, this is the latest data from WHO. Number of deaths by the risk factors worldwide, we can see that our indoor or outdoor pollution, or basically air pollution, causes around 7 million deaths per year every year. It's a third place after the high blood pressure and smoking, and in the top 6 between alcohol use, obesity, high blood pressure, and other behavioral and environmental factors. And environmental factors are one of the biggest our enemies when we are talking about the health outcomes. And if we take a look to another level, we can see that behavioral factors, well, marked in yellow arrows, and secondary behavioral actors, basically based on our behavior, health outcomes like obesity and partly high blood pressure and etc., is one of the another major causes of the deaths worldwide. This is the main risk factor. So we do have, even under the numbers, that environmental factors and our behavioral factors are basically causing around 75% or 3/4 of all the health outcomes, or they are the main risk factors for the 3/4 of the health outcomes worldwide. What we do have in Lithuania? Well, we see the same picture. Let's take a look to 2017, for example, this column, colleagues, on your right. This is the main risk factors of the deaths in Lithuania, and their and the statistical models were put it or granted to the 3 main areas of the baskets. So the, let's say, yellow one is metabolic risk factors, from which our patients or society or people well, get ill and died in the end of the day. This electrical or lightly blue color, this is environmental factors, and in this purple one, or what it is behavioral factors or main behavioral risk factors causing the illnesses and the deaths of Lithuanian people. And we can see that, well, coming back to the worldwide picture and coming down to the Lithuanian picture, we see the same. Around 3/4 of the basically health outcomes are based on our behavioral risk factors. And again, what's common between our planet health and our health? It's our lifestyle. And these numbers are huge. Around 90% in 2020, people in Lithuania died from NCDs. If we take into account that back in 2020, we had around 40,000 deaths in Lithuania, so 36,000 deaths are caused by NCDs, and we are looking, if we are looking deeper to the data, that behavioral risk factors, according to WHO, could be responsible for 60% of all the deaths in Lithuania back in 2020. So this is enormous numbers, and we can see how our lifestyle choices can have impact not only for our health, but and for our health, for our planet and environment. So be careful. Thank you. Maybe any questions? or discussion.
Any questions? So I have questions. In your opinion, what is, from all the things you mentioned in your presentation, what is the most important thing that you think could help to improve our health and our health of our planet?
Well, very good question. Basically, well, as I mentioned, our lifestyle habits. And in the first place, well, taking into account our research areas back into health research and environmental research, well, our eating habits and moving habits are the main causes of planetary health issues and our, as a human, health issues. So basically, how we are moving and how we are eating causing the best are the main risk factors for the planet and for our health outcomes.
And especially how much we are moving and how much we are eating.
Exactly, and how much we are wasting our food. For example, in our sea world, pollution with wasting, with let's say, biodegradating food is coping around 62% of all the pollution of all the waters in the world. So our wasting food well determines our sea health, and we can see from even in Lithuania, green waters and etc. From the researchers in Lithuania and Klaipėda University shows that green water effect is mainly caused by our farming and pollution of wasting our food. So it's enormous numbers.
I guess we should have like more broader perspective, because when we are living our daily lives, we think more about ourselves and our daily life. But if we had like broader perspective, we could see that what we do, what each of us do, it has an effect for the whole planet. And
exactly, and the holistic approach is a key factor. We cannot live only in our home flat and see only around us. We are social persons, we are the part of our world, we are the part of our communities, so we have to be responsible and to take a look to all the well, outcomes in a holistic manner. Okay,
another topic then, a little bit not that broad, but from my perspective, I am anesthesiologist and intensive care doctor, and I believe that most of our auditorium and most of our listeners from online listeners, they are somehow connected with healthcare sector. And what I see in our daily work in hospital, there is a huge waste and lack of green initiatives and environmentally friendly initiatives in our hospitals. Could you maybe elaborate this idea? What would you suggest for the hospitals to do to be more greener and more environmentally friendly? Because we keep talking about recycling, about plastic and so on, but there's a huge amount of equipment and all the things that we use every day in the hospital. Everything is packed in plastic, and lots of waste are generated every single day.
That's a good question, but in the end of the story or end of the day, it's based on economical level. I have one example which I saw back in USA. It's a huge Cleveland Clinic, cardiovascular disease sector. It's 17 floors cardiovascular disease sector. And what we are doing, we are one of the greenest hospitals in States. And their plastic waste managed company well have reached the numbers through the last 5 years. They reduced plastic use in medical sector, in surgeon operation rooms and etc. by 77% during the 5 years. But it's very costly. They can afford to do this back in States because of the private healthcare system and the well, let's say so, government enrollment with the money. But if we are, well, looking back to Lithuania or European level countries, well, to my subjective opinion, it's not very possible to replicate this manner because it's very, very costly. So I don't have, to be honest, answer for you. What are the main, or could be the main tips or key messages for the healthcare sector or for the hospitals to be greener? Well, everything starts from the baby steps, and maybe, well, to be more, let's say so, well, start thinking from ourselves if we are taking into account that well, everything what is packed in plastics could be changed. Why not to change? If we are using, well, for example, other devices which requires a lot of sub-sequences around us, so maybe we can use not them or separate objects to take care of all the devices. So I don't have any, let's say so, key messages or answers to this, but I do know from the examples worldwide that it is very, very costly nowadays, and it's quite hard to be on this greener manner in terms of hospitals.
Yes, I agree. And also we should include manufacturing, so those things for medical use should be manufactured and wrapped differently, maybe if we want to reduce plastic use. And another thing is, for many, many years we are trying to move, and like a gold standard is single-use equipment and single-use instruments. But just a thought, I'm not saying that we should stop using single-use instruments, because this is better for the patient and safer for the patient. But maybe we should try to find some different solutions for this problem, and try to use, I don't know, less single-use instruments.
You already mentioned that single-use instruments are crucial maybe in this area, in hospitals and the healthcare, but maybe the answer is better recycling. So we can reuse or to reproduce these used items, and this is the term of recycling. As I know, maybe I can be wrong, as I know, in Lithuania we don't have logistics and etc. for taking care single-use equipment to recycle mode and bring back to their life using there in hospitals. A lot of our single-use instruments going back to Germany or Austria, they are recycled and reused back in their countries. So we are using single items, they are recycling and reusing them. That's quite strange, but maybe we will grow up to the level Germans and Austrians are doing.
Like a circle economy.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And also from my own perspective, as I mentioned, I'm an anesthesiologist, and I'm also, and my colleagues, we are collaborating with Greenhouse Effect, because volatile anesthetics that we use every day in huge amounts, there are also greenhouse gases, and they are contributing to greenhouse effect. So maybe one day we should try to change our practice to have less impact.
Very good point indeed. And if we wish, transfer to our daily life what you have mentioned just in seconds, let's take into account or just think about electric cars. we are now promoting electric cars. This is just for question mark maybe. But how much do we pollute to produce this electric to charge your car? We have numbers. Worldwide, it was counted back in 2021 that to charge one mid-range electric car, we are polluting the same amount of detergents as we are burning around 3/4 of a daily use of gases around the world. So from which part we are greener in riding electric cars? That's a good question.
Exactly. This contributes to the thing that we spoke earlier, that in our daily life we think that we are greener, but from broader perspective we may not be as green as we wish.
As we thought.
Yes. Are there any questions from the audience? I think the audience is very satisfied with your presentation. So thank you very much. I would like to give you our special gift and say thank you for presentation.
Thanks a lot already. Thank you.
So our second presenter comes from Birštonas, and also it is very important not to only to talk about our planet and our health like from shorter perspective, but it is very important to talk more about our inner well-being, about psychological health. And our presenter will talk more about that inner health, about inner well-being, which is very important and contributes to our whole health, to our well-being as a society and well-being as a one unit of the society. So our next presenter is from our sponsor, from Eglės Sanatorija, and her name is Jūratė Astrovaitė. So please, the floor is yours, and we're looking forward to hear what you are ready to tell us.
Hello, so I have a short presentation about medical spa Eglės Sanatorija, and I would like to introduce you with the treatments which we offer for our visitors. So first of all, what is medical spa Eglės Sanatorija? It is an organization that has accumulated 50 years of experience in the field of wellness. Medical spa Eglės Sanatorija is located in two of our country's resorts, Birštonas and Druskininkai. Our medical spa is famous for its deep-seated medical spa treatment traditions and natural therapeutic factors, such as mineral water, therapeutic mud, and climate therapy. Medical spa treatment is a treatment based on natural and reshaped factors, on old traditions integrated into modern medicine. Medical spa treatment is necessary and beneficial for people of all age groups, from young children until elderly people. One of our 3 natural therapeutic factors that are used in our medical spa is balneotherapy, or just drinking of mineral water. Scientific researches have shown that this water is not only drinkable but also has a wide range of therapeutic properties. Another natural therapeutic factor is therapeutic peat mud, in other words called pelotherapy. The peat mud is used at the medical spa Eglės Sanatorija, and it is considered to be one of the best muds used in European therapeutic resorts. And the third factor which is used in our medical spa is climate therapy. Eglė Sanatoria is located in a place blessed by nature, surrounded by majestic trees, a river flowing nearby, and paths winding in the woods, far from the hustle and bustle in the city and stifling air pollution. Our medical spa is in a constant process of improvement. It invests in the latest medical equipment, staff training, and innovative solutions to create a smoother workflow. And one of the examples of our modernization process is a mobile app. Eglė Sanatoria is the first wellness organization in Lithuania that has launched a mobile app for its clients. If they wish, guests can use it instead of paper booklet treatments. And in this mobile app, you can find a schedule of the treatments you have been assigned, self-register when you arrive for a treatment, rate the staff member who carried out the treatment, and also read medical spa's news and more. Another example of our modern procedures is laser needle touch therapy. It is a point-based, low-intensity laser therapy treatment. This technology combines laser with a special high power density technology to provide the required laser power. This laser is truly unique as it does not heat or burn the tissues compared to other similar laser devices. And this procedure reduces pain and tissue swelling, inflammation processes, it improves blood circulation, promotes healing processes, and increases the elasticity of muscle fibers and scars. One more modern procedure which we have is a RespiCare device. This device is used for improving respiratory function, which is used for treatment and prevention. The RespiCare treatment is one of the components of the medical spa treatment rehabilitation program for patients who are recovering after COVID-19 infection. RespiCare improves respiratory function, strengthens respiratory muscles, increases chest compliance, activates blood circulation, also improves lung ventilation, and increases the body's resistance to various respiratory diseases. At the beginning of 2021, the medical team of Eglė Sanatoria developed and presented a treatment rehabilitation program. This program consists of 5 groups of treatments administered every day. So it includes individual physiotherapy, therapeutic bath and massage, therapy with physical agents, and relaxation. And this program is useful for people recovering after COVID-19 infection. The most common treatments which are used for those patients are as listed below. So first of them is vibratory bronchial massage by hand. This massage activates blood circulation in the affected areas, improving the healing process in the lungs. The second one is halotherapy, also known as the salt room. Salt room relieves cough by inhaling salt, which liquefies the secretions, making it easier to clear them from the airways. The third procedure is the dry carbonic acid treatment. This treatment intensively improves blood circulation throughout the body, and the additional oxygen from the treatment supplies the lungs and oxygenates the cells. And also oxygen therapy, which also helps to oxygenate the cells and the lungs as well. In our medical spa, we also have various relaxation treatments, and we find that people are often afraid of relaxation treatments because of the belief that they are ineffective, but it is just a misconception. The benefits of the treatment are intangible and invisible to the naked eye, but the processes that take place in the body speak for themselves. For example, the alpha stim audio-visual relaxation session stimulates alpha wave activity in the brain, making it easier to relax, reducing fatigue and anxiety. We also have aromatherapy treatment, which is with oils, essential oils, and binaural relaxation with headphones. So to conclude, medical spa treatment is a treatment based on natural and reshaped factors, on old traditions integrated into modern medicine. And our medical spa has been taking care of its visitors' health for 50 years and plans to continue on doing it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for this informative presentation, and indeed, Agla Sanatoria is our partner, not the first year this year, but our every year partner, so we are grateful for that. And indeed, I believe this year is quite a special year because previous years we didn't, and you didn't, had so many patients after COVID pneumonias and things. So are you receiving a lot of patients after COVID with post-COVID syndrome?
Yes, actually, we have quite large numbers of these patients, and we see that they have various complications after this infection, and we are glad that we can help them to reduce those symptoms that they are still having after being recovered from the infection.
Do they usually come to your institution, your spa, with after their doctor recommendation, or do they think that by themselves that they need to recover after COVID?
It depends on a patient. Those who had more severe form of the infection, they come and they get rehabilitation, which is compensated. But those who had not such a severe infection, they usually just think for themselves that it would be beneficial for them, and they come just for a short program of 5 days or 10 days.
Do you think these programs that you mentioned in your presentation would be useful and beneficial for other patients, like after simple pneumonia or simple respiratory diseases, or these are specially dedicated for COVID-19 patients?
No, it actually is beneficial even for those who have some lung diseases, some chronic respiratory diseases such as asthma, or as you said, more acute diseases like pneumonia. It's beneficial for everyone.
Okay, I have no doubt in this. And one last question. Before, when I was introducing you, and in the beginning of your presentation, I mentioned that these treatments, spa treatments and so on, are helpful for inner health and inner well-being. Would you agree with that? And do you have lots of clients for their own health well-being, to improve their well-being in your spa?
Yes, there are quite many clients who come to our medical spa not only for their to improve their physical health, but also psycho-emotional health as well.
Yes, so I believe this is very important, especially then we had COVID pneumonia, then we are having war from very close from our borders, so it's very important not only to take care of our physical health, but to take care of our emotional and psycho-emotional health. So thank you very much for things you do for our patients and for collaboration with Health for All.
Thank you.
Okay, then let's move on to our last speaker of our session. And I don't know about you, but when I was a little girl, I was really inspired by those inventors, and I wanted to invent something, somehow, someone. I haven't given up that idea. I believe I may still invent something, and when I do, and if I do, So I will definitely need help from Metida, who's working with inventors and with patents, yes? So I believe we could all listen to their presentation, and maybe if we someday find a cure for cancer, cure for AIDS, or cure for COVID-19, so we will definitely need their help and their collaboration. Also, after this presentation and after coffee break, there will be a workshop dedicated for inventions. How should we protect our invention? How should we protect our property, our intellectual property? So please don't be shy and take your active part in this workshop, just in case one day you will find and you will invent a cure for a lethal disease, and you will want to make sure that it is safe. So, Metida, the floor is yours, and we're looking forward to hear your presentation.
Hello, everybody. Me and my colleague Jacekas will talk about intellectual property. So, I've been involved with intellectual property for over a year now. I've been involved in multiple courses where I've learned about intellectual property, mostly European patent law, but also about some other things related to intellectual property. And my colleague Jacekas is head of patent department, and he will take the presentation over and talk about unitary patent and funding opportunities, and I will cover everything until unitary patent. So we'll talk about IP objects, trademarks, designs, trade secrets, and patents. And then as I said, Jacekas will take it over from there. So what are these IP objects? So there are quite a few of them, but mostly, and the most important ones are trademarks, designs, trade secrets, and patents. So let's start with trademarks. Trademark is essentially a mark that helps us to distinguish one producer's goods and services from others' producers' goods and services, and they usually are words, pictures, but they might be a combination of these two, and they may involve a picture and the word. Also, it might be three-dimensional figure or even colors. Here are examples of the more of famous brands, how they use these. But trademarks also can be some more creative things, so they not need to be only words or only pictures. They might be moving signs, sounds, holograms, or positional signs. And here are some examples. So here is a moving trademark. So you can get really creative with trademarks. And for those who are Star Wars fans, you might be surprised that breathing of Darth Vader is also a trademark. It's a sound trademark. I'm not a fan of Star Wars. Well, I haven't seen it, but this trademark is really familiar to me, so probably to you as well. It's a Netflix sound that pops up when you open up Netflix. So now let's move on to designs. Here is a fancy definition of what is a design, but essentially, and in a simple way, it is protection of how a product looks. And it might be labels, product packaging, clothes, or something like computer icons, these smiley faces. These are also designs. And some other examples, what might be a design. So now let's move on to trade secrets. And trade secret is an information that has a real or potential commercial value because it is not known to third parties. And important thing to note here that trade secrets must be related to commercial things. So trade secret cannot be any type of secret, it must be commercial. And the second part of definition states that trade secret shall not be made freely available due to the reasonable effort of the owner to maintain its confidentiality. And here is the main problem of trade secrets. It's usually really difficult to keep it secret because if, for example, you do not take, as the definition says, reasonable effort to maintain its confidentiality, then it will not be trade secret anymore. So, for example, companies, if they have a meeting where they talk about trade secret, they give their employees non-confidentiality agreements to sign. So it's essentially a burdensome type of intellectual property to protect. However, some companies do a really great job of protecting it. So, for example, a recipe of Coca-Cola is known for it was made in the beginning of 20th century, somewhere around then, and it's not yet known. So they have been protecting it quite successfully, but it's not necessarily the case for every company. And actually, not many things can be trade secrets. So, for example, if you have a mechanical product, it cannot be trade secret because, you know, if you sell it, somebody might pick it apart and see all these parts, and it won't be a secret. And trade secret works best for things like methods of manufacturing, recipes, things that are more easily kept as a secret. And now let's move on to patents, the last part before Jacekas takes over. So essentially, patent is a law that provides the patent owner with a monopoly for 20 years in exchange for the disclosure of their invention. So this system was designed to benefit the society and also the inventors. So inventors are encouraged to disclose their invention and in this way benefit the society, to contribute to the development of science. But in exchange, they are offered exclusive rights to make this invention and sell it for 20 years. And actually, patents are one of the most difficult rights to obtain because they have quite strict requirements. So when you submit your application, the examiner, for example, at European Patent Office will look at whether your invention is novel, the first thing. Then if it passes this criteria, so criteria is novelty is essentially whether your invention is not disclosed and whether somebody else haven't come up with the same invention. So if they do not find the exact copy of your invention, they will proceed further and look at inventive step. And this is probably the most difficult obstacle to overcome in getting your patent because if your invention is novel, so they will look for the closest alternative, the closest document or invention to your invention, and then they will look at the part that distinguishes your invention. So they will look for additional features. And then they will look for other supporting documents in order to determine whether these features that you added to your invention are not obvious to a skilled person in this field. So, and if they think these additional features are non-obvious, then they will say that your invention has inventive step, and you will probably get your patent because the last criteria is industrial applicability, and it's actually the easiest criteria to meet because most of the inventions are industrially applicable, and even if you file your application, if your invention wouldn't be industrially applicable, you probably wouldn't file your patent application at all because it's quite an expensive process and you want to recoup your investment. And there are actually many benefits of having a patent. A few of these benefits are that you can license or sell your patent. So some inventors think that if they will get a patent, they will have to make a business or something like that, but you don't need to. You can sell it or you can license it. As I mentioned, you get a monopoly for 20 years. So in this process, in this 20-year period, you can block your competition. So you can be exclusively the one who makes this product and sells it, and you can sue others from producing and selling it, or choose some more gentle ways if you prefer. And one more thing to cover is territorial protection. So if you decided to patent your invention and submit your application, you will need to choose a route for your patent. So there are generally 3 territorial protection levels. So the first one is national. So if, for example, you want to have your patent in one country, so let's say you want only to make use of your patent in Lithuania, then probably the best way will be to file at Lithuanian Patent Office and go through this national route. However, if you are interested in, for example, European countries, like 10 of them, then the best way would be to go through a regional route, and more specifically, European Patent Office. However, if you would like to have a mix of countries from different regions, for example, in United States, China, and also some European countries, for example, UK, Germany, or some other European country, then it will probably be the best to file international application and go from there. And there are many things that cannot be patented. So these are discoveries, scientific theories, ways of providing information, external images of products, and some other things. Also important to know that human body, like cells or DNA, cannot be patented. Also therapeutic or surgical methods, and plants or plant or animal breeds, so you cannot patent breeding processes, and also things that are immoral. And now I will hand over the presentation to our head of patent department, Jacekas, who will talk about unitary patent and funding opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. So, talking about unitary patent, I would like maybe explain several things which is important in this case. So, first of all, what is unitary patent is in general. I think you all are faced with some kind of problem that after you file European patent application and you get European patent, suddenly you're faced with some problem that you have to invest even twice as much money to validate European patent to European convention countries. So in this case, it was a problem for many years, and people investing for patenting in Europe invested like a 10,000 euro, and then if they would like to have a protection in many European countries, they realized that they have to invest maybe even more than invested before this. That's why unitary patent system idea was like a discovered maybe 40 years ago. But you know how it is in Europe because of different law systems and some kind of problems to discuss between countries. This idea is still not realized, but it seems that maybe this year it will be introduced. till the end. And now we wait only for action from Germany. So unitary patent in general is like a plugin to the program. It's not like a different way, different filing, different patent. No, it's the same procedure of filing, the same examination, and the same even grant. But after grant, you will have a possibility to choose two ways, or to use classical way, like we have now, or to use this plugin, just to use your unitary patent, and then you will have protection automatically in all countries belonging to European Union, which signed up and ratified unitary patent unitary effect. And also, along with the unitary patent system, introduced unitary patent court, which also will have some kind of actions with these unitary patents. So, in more details, it will have a lot of different kind of effects. So in general, it's like a small additional thing for applicants, but this small thing can be a very important, because in some cases it will give a possibility to make wider protection for cheaper, but from some point of view it will ruin a lot of businesses, and also in some particular cases it will be not attractive to applicants from many perspectives, not only from patent, from money point of view, but also possibility how it will be destroyed by other companies. So talking about unitary patent, there are some advantages and disadvantages, and both of them depends on situation. So one thing is which is good, so it will be like one application, wide protection. So after getting European patent, you will not have a pain like you have now, because you will have only to choose countries and you pay only one fee, and that's it. And also when you maintain annuities, you also will have to pay only one annuity to central system. So it means that you do not have to take care about different countries, different validation procedures. In one country you make translations, in another not. You pay annuity through one agent, through regional agent system. So it's a lot of pain, and then you will not have this kind of pain. And also will not be necessary at all, no necessity to make translations to each countries, because in one countries you translate claims, in another countries you translate also description, in other countries you do not translate anything, in some countries you translate partially, so no translations at all. Automatic translation will be enough. So that's why procedures in general will be like a cheaper, but also cheaper in some cases, because in some cases will not be cheaper. So that's again because of many agreements, many thinking how to do this. In some cases it will be okay, even from money point of view. In another case or cases will not be attractive. For example, if you would like to make business in Germany, UK, France, in this case, old system even will be more attractive from financial point of view. And also, when we talk about court, it also will be some kind of advantages from one point, but disadvantages from another point. Advantages will be only if you would like to revoke or to kill patent. Then it will be like a central possibility to do this, but it's only for competitors, for example. This will be like advantage, but for applicant it will be disadvantage. And also what is important about different decisions, for example, if you file now application in different countries, like United States, China, Europe, and you will be surprised sometimes that you, for example, will have a patent in China, and suddenly you will not have a patent in Europe. And then you will have possibly in some years patent in United States. So in different countries, examination is different, no objective decisions, and all things are remained like in courts afterwards if some kind of competitors would like to revoke the patent. So we have some kind of very subjective things, and unitary court, it's also subjective, but it will be more objective. And if it will be revoked, other countries will not be able to do anything, because currently in one country it can be successful, in another country cannot be successful, and so on and so on. So that's why advantages and disadvantages in case of unitary patent is very, very subjective. So that's a call. Again, disadvantages is like unified patent revocation system. For applicant, it will be not attractive, especially, for example, for pharmaceutical companies, because now they just invest some additional money to make a validation. They like spend 1,000 or several thousand euro for one country, but then to revocate their protection in certain country, you need, or competitor needs to block to revoke it in each country. And it's a very huge amount of expenses. And now will be a very nice possibility to revoke it very centrally. So for applicant, it's disadvantage. Also, in some cases, it's higher cost for extension procedures, because in some countries it's like an automatical or semi-automatical procedure for validation. But for some countries, it's expensive. So also in case of huge, like biggest markets in Europe, it will be not attractive from financial point of view. So in each case, you need to decide, to check, to calculate, to evaluate risks, and then to choose to try or not to try. That's why I think the first year will be like, all will be like, companies will try to see how it works, or it will be positive, or maybe some kind of negative consequences in courts. So we will see how it will be. And also, it's a greater competition in local markets. For example, for Lithuanian companies, it also will be a problem, because currently, if we talk about applications in Lithuania, we have only like 60 applications per year. I mean, filed in the name of companies, not applications coming from abroad. And also in this case, it's maybe necessary to see how many applications are filed in the name of scientific institutions, because absolutely also different story. But it will be in general about 100 applications, patent applications per year. And when we talk about European patent validations, we have currently per year about 2,000 cases. And then after unitary patent system will be introduced, this number will increase approximately to 15,000. So it means concentration will be like at least more or less 10 times bigger than now. So some kind of approach that we can copy something and we maybe can do some business and do not care about IP rights will disappear. So that's also some kind of disadvantage, but for companies making some specific products and doing a lot of R&D, this will be advantage. So disadvantage and advantage, talking about unitary patent system, is very, very related. And very shortly about opt-out procedure, I talked about a situation that, for example, if you have a good invention, especially it works for pharmaceutical company, and you have, for example, protection in many countries, And now when unitary patent system will be introduced, all of them will automatically will go under system of unitary court. So it means that everyone can attack and will try to revoke your patent centrally. To avoid this procedure is a possibility to make an opt-out procedure. And in this case, you will not be able to attack from centrally, but only in different countries. So that's why, in general, if there are some protection from the past using classical way, we recommend to make opt-out procedures for all European patent, or at least to think to do about this. That's good to have for you in this presentation, this slide, but I already a little bit talked about this, so let's go further. And about foundings. Concerning intellectual property, I can say that during a history starting from 2009, it was a very good funding or support, financial support system in Lithuania for inventions, especially. And it was very continuous, and I think a lot of companies and also scientific institutions used this support. But for trademarks and design, it was no such kind of support. And very luckily that starting from last year, this kind of support we have. And this year we have even better support because it's continuous, like a homogeneous, not like a Windows system in last year. So if to talk about very generally, it seems that this year is a very, very special and good possibility to make order in intellectual property, especially for trademarks and design, to make all and to register all necessary trademarks currently. Because next year it's hard to say if this kind of support will be or not by different reasons. And also support for trademarks and design. It's not usual support, not only in Lithuania or in Europe, but also in other countries, for example, in China, when they have a lot of different kind of supports, but still for trademarks, they do not have much. So I would encourage to think about this and to use this, because it's huge support and very easy to get. This is a process, but if you will need, we will organize it for you. It's no problem at all. And just shortly about form. So we file a lot of applications in Europe, and we work also not only in Lithuania, but also we work on a global scale. And for example, talking about European patent applications, Lithuania files per year, I know it's about 40 European patent applications, but our firm files about 200. So it means that we file in general, our company files like 5-6 times more than all Lithuania filed to European Patent Office. And also talking about European trademarks and design, we, depending on quarter, we are like top 3, top 5, top 4, something like this. So we file much more even than big German companies. And this is because we do a lot of like international marketing, and we like represent Europe for all the world, especially for Asian countries. And that's it. So we organize like a one-stop service for all things related with IP in Lithuania, in Europe, in United States, in all countries, in Asia too. So I don't know, it seemed that we like finished our presentation, but if you will have questions, we invite you also to participate in workshop which will be organized just after coffee break. And we will be able to talk not only about workshop tasks, but also about any questions you will have, any questions concerning IP. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So please don't run away. I believe we will have some questions, or at least I have a few questions. Thank you for such an interesting presentation. It looks like it's very, well, serious and complicated matter. It's not only, you not only have to invent something, then you need to go through this complicated process of patenting what you have invented.
I think scientific institutions understand that very well because they are faced with such kind of things.
But I would like to ask something not about that serious things.
Okay.
And when I hear the word invention, I usually think about, okay, invention, light bulb or telephone or telegraph or electric battery, etc., etc. So what are things that get invented these days, nowadays, and especially things invented by scientific community, because we are here in Lithuanian University of Health Sciences, we are a scientific community. So what are those inventions, and especially scientific inventions nowadays?
What kind of inventions? It's different ones in general. I would say that maybe each scientific institution in Lithuania, they live very different lives. Of course, there are some kind of, how to say, problems because of this, because it's not unified system. But that's why we have different kind of inventions, different kind of approach. Some, if to talk about not scientific institutions, it's usually like a mechanical engineering mostly, but if to talk about scientific institutions, there are some kind of chemistry, biotech, also some pharmaceutical cases. So I would say that in Lithuania now, scientific institutions, they are on the right track. They really have some kind of connection between R&D departments and also what to do, a system to make decisions what to do with one or another object of intellectual property. But I think the biggest problem later comes when we have to make a commercialization of these inventions. But that's a general problem, not only in Lithuania, but also in other countries. But in Lithuania, still we have a lot of struggles on this. And it's not enough just to have application. It's necessary to understand what to do with this application. Because, but I would say that currently scientific institutions started to play this game. And when you play, you learn and you go forward.
Okay, so it's good news for us.
Yeah, but we have to work harder.
Of course, there is always an answer to all the questions. Work harder and you will succeed. Also, in the past days, when I already mentioned light bulb, etc., so there used to be like a gender gap, and most of the inventors are men. So how are women doing in the 21st century? Are there a lot of inventors and patent holders and scientists, women, in your experience?
I don't want to answer to this question, but currently I would say that maybe more men. But it's hard to say because possibly in teams, there are a lot of not only men, but also women. So I don't know. I will be more careful. I'm not sure. So
yes, as we mentioned, we have to work harder.
yeah, I think it's, I would say nowadays, and especially in Europe, I think it's no difference. It's inventors are men and women. If we talk about different kind of planets, different places, yes, maybe it will be more like a difference. But in Europe, I would say that I would not differ. Talking very carefully.
Okay, and the last, oh, we have a question.
Yes.
I would like to ask you about the invention. Imagine that the researcher made an invention, but after some time, he made a better version of that invention.
Yes.
Is that better version is also must be protected by patent, or or not?
Yeah, I understand this question. It's a very good question because, as you know, when you invent something, tomorrow you will update it, you will invent better, and on the third day you will do even better, and so on. That's some kind of problem because when you file application, you are not able to change anything. So you have only to evaluate if, for example, new invention. If you made, for example, like a better invention, you have to evaluate if earlier filed invention will cover your new invention. For example, if first invention was stable and second invention table with some kind of accessory, for example. So in this case, if you will sell a table with the accessory, in general, yes, you can patent with accessory in a separate application, but maybe it's not needed, because if you sell a table and other competitor, if they will say they will sell, for example, table or with an accessory or without it, automatically it will he will infringe this invention. So in this case, you need to think how it will work from infringement point of view. But sometimes, of course, it's if this kind of improved invention is really very, very important, you cannot add this subject matter to older application. It's like a picture, so this is like a negative part. But in many big companies, solution is very simple. If you made something better, improvement, you file again application. So I just talking about situation when you have to save money, because if no saving money, it's very easy. You file another application, another application, another application. But if to save money, then you need to think how your first application, if it will also cover. So in each case, usually we talk with inventors about this and we decide what to do. It's very much depend on how it will be commercialized and also how much money you have. But very formally, unfortunately, you cannot add subject matter to your earlier application. You can file another application based on first application, if, for example, period of time is short, and then to file like another application based on two priority applications. Then maybe you will solve this kind of problem. But in each case, you need to check and evaluate it. All ways are possible. But just I'm trying to look from, money saving point of view. If not, then everything is okay.
Thank you. So the last question, I believe, so if we invent the cure for COVID-19, should we have a patent for that?
Theoretically, yes. Practically, no. Because it's a special agreement that if you will invent like a mixture or something against COVID and you will have an exclusivity, it is not good, because in this case you have to share. So that's a different thing. And in some countries, for example, in India, for example, there are a lot of inventions that are patented. For example, so some medical equipment and also some medical like taps. But if, for example, government will see that this is needed for people to cure, they can say that, okay, you have to share it and we pay some kind of money. So it's also like a necessary like a license. In case of COVID, people like talking about some kind of contribution. But anyway, even without patents, it's no problem for them to generate millions. I mean, that's another story how you can avoid system. But talking about your particular question, it's I think nobody will do it.
Okay, thank you very much. It was really interesting to hear your presentation. and thank you
Another
for-
question. Another
Oh,
question.
sorry, yes.
Since there's so many law systems in the whole world, are you creating some tactics, strategic plans so that one patent, one invention could go easily through all of these systems?
You talk about strategic extension of the patent. So yes, we talk with the inventor and applicant what he would like to do with this invention, where he would like to patent, what kind of commercialization they need. And then there are some kind of agreement, for example, Paris Convention. So for example, if you do not have much money, for example, but you don't know exactly what kind of markets you will go. So initially it's good to file in Lithuania. It's very cheap, no extensive examination, no substantive examination. So it's okay to file priority application in Lithuania. Then you have 12 months, 1 year, to think what to do. According to Paris Convention. And then if you still don't know what to do, you can file during this year international application, and then you have additional 2 years to think where you would like to go. So this procedure is very long, and depending on countries applicant would like to extend, we do all these procedures, and also we consult on different questions. So the only thing is that what kind of which country's applicant is interested in, what kind of plans he has, and depending on many circumstances, we choose optimal way how to go to one or another country, and we, in each case, we recommend how to do this and to save money. Sorry, we save money too much, but when we have some client from other countries, sometimes they don't care about money, but I understand that in Lithuania, we talking about everything, we really think much about this, how to make it more optimal, careful, to get a maximum gain, but minimum input. Okay.
Thank you for participating.
Thank you. So we invite for a workshop.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. If you have more questions on patents and inventions, so please attend to Metida workshop. And now we are going to have our coffee break, and we're meeting again here at noon. So have a good coffee, have a good chat, have a good talk with each other, and let's meet here for the first scientific session.
Hello, everyone. It's so nice to welcome you here. And without further ado, let me introduce our commission for the first session. So, Professor Rasa Ugianskienė and Professor Vaiva Lesauskaitė. And our first speaker would be Justas Žilinskas with his presentation, Hamlet Effect on Mitochondrial Functions in Colorectal Cancer Cell Lines.
Hello. Hello. So my name is Justas Žilinskas from Lithuanian University of Health Sciences, Department of Surgery. And I will present our research about Hamlet effect on mitochondrial functions in colorectal cell lines. Globally, more than 1 million people get colorectal cancer each year. It is the second most common cause of cancer in women, third in men, and fourth most common cause of cancer death. Unfortunately, the 5-year survival rate for the metastatic colorectal cancer is just around 10–14% of patients. And to make matters worse, this number goes down if we have mutant cancer with mutations like KRAS and BRAF. And despite advances in the precision medicine, the first-line chemotherapy for such patients with anti-epidermal growth factor receptor agent provides little benefit for metastatic bowel malignancies. And nowadays, of course, scientists concentrate on developing new personalized treatment options that are less aggressive and more effective than the conventional ones. And today I am presenting Hamlet. It is a new type of cancer-killing molecule that research group at London University has discovered 20 years ago. It is two most abundant molecules in human milk. It's a protein, alpha-lactalbumin, and a lipid oleic acid. Together they form a complex with a broad tumoricidal effect against cancer cells of different origins, including colorectal cancer, without harming mature healthy cells. And Hamlet carries out independent attacks on multiple cell targets. One of them is dysregulation of epidermal growth factor receptor signaling pathway, as you see here. And this is usually two of the many signaling molecules are RAS and RAF, encoded by KRAS and BRAF genes, and commonly these mutations occur in colorectal cancer. And we hypothesized that Hamlet activity might differ according to such mutations and in colorectal cancer cell lines and mitochondrial bioenergetics. And thus we aimed to evaluate the effect of Hamlet on mitochondrial complex 1 dependent and mitochondrial complex 1 and 2 dependent respiratory rates and permeability of mitochondrial outer and inner membranes in colorectal cancer cell lines. And this is the scheme how we are preparing the Hamlet. And I will go further. Therefore, we treated 5 different human colorectal cancer cell lines with 5 micromoles of Hamlet, demonstrating that different mutation patterns. As you see, the blue CACO2 line is a wild type of cancer. The red ones are KRAS mutated, and the green one lines are BRAF mutations. And the last part of the methods, mitochondrial respiration rates were recorded using the oscillograph 2K. And as you can see, The mitochondrial non-phosphorylating respiration rate was measured in the medium supplemented with the cells and complex 1 dependent without ADP. And also the mitochondrial phosphorylation ATP stimulated respiration was recorded, and it's related to ATP synthesis with mitochondrial complex 1 substrate. And then we added 15 micromoles of succinate for the phosphorylating complex 1 and 2 dependent respiration to register that. And for the last part, not the last, the mitochondrial outer membrane permeability was determined by adding cytochrome C to mitochondrial respirating complex 1 and 2 substrates. And if this respiration increase, it shows the increased permeability of the mitochondrial outer membrane. And finally, we added carboxy atractylide to reveal the mitochondrial inner membrane permeability changes. And let's move to the results. And to start with the wild type CACO2 cell line, the Hamlet significantly decreased by 45% mitochondrial respiration related to ATP synthesis in CACO2 cell line with complex 1 substrates, glutamate and malate, and complex 1 and 2. Moving on to the GRAS mutation 2 cell lines. Here we also get statistically significant results. Hamlet decreased by 26 from 26 to 33% mitochondrial respiration related to ATP synthesis in both cell lines with complex substrates, glutamate and malate, and by 27% over here with complex 1 and 2 substrates. And Hamlet increased permeability of the inner mitochondrial membrane in Lovo cell line by 30% over here. And moving to the last BRAF mutation cell lines, the VDR cell line is some kind of special one that we seen this tendency in the other conferences. So Hamlet did not affect the VDR cell respiration, but slightly decreased by 26%, which is not statistically significant mitochondrial respiration related to ATP synthesis with both complex 1 and complex 1 and 2 substrates. But this graph on the right side of cell line of HT29 cancer cell lines decrease the oxidative phosphorylation capacity, like we seen before in the previous cell lines of GRAS mutation and wild type mutation lines. And this respiration is related to ATP synthesis with mitochondrial complex 1 substrates. And I would like to conclude that pretreatment of colorectal cancer cell lines with Hamlet impairs the mitochondrial functions. At first, it decreased the oxidative phosphorylation of capacity in 4 cell lines except the VDR cell line, and increased the mitochondrial inner membrane permeability in Lovo cells. And the last sentence, Hamlet does not affect the permeability of mitochondrial outer membrane in all cell lines. And thank you very much for my colleagues and for you listening me. Thank you.
So thank you, Justus, for such a nice presentation, and thank you for opening our session. And my colleagues have a gift for you. Welcome / thank you back. Okay, thank you. And our second presenter, Milda Juknevičienė. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we have a questions. I thought. Yes.
Justus, thank you very much. It is really interesting and very deep study, and also it's very unexpected to have you surgeon working with cells. My question is, you showed in the first, probably second or the third slide, oh, you don't need to show it again. You just pointed that Hamlet affects different proteins and different functions in the cell. Why you chosen to analyze the effect on mitochondria?
So in the previous study that we done metabolic activity assays with MTT and clonogenic colonies, and then we find out that this Widyard cell line is somehow differently reacts to the Hamlet effect. Then we read the literature, and we thought that maybe it's something about the bioenergetics. So we had just a discussion, and it is already written that Hamlet, one of the ways where the Hamlet reacts and affects the cell is goes through the membrane. And so we just designed, it is just a design of our study. So we tried to go deeper to bioenergetics. And I think that we still have a couple of questions left, and we'll try to solve this year to answer, because somehow the BRAF mutational cell lines, they react somehow different.
That was my second question. Do you have already an explanation for yourself why your BRAF cell lines, mutated cell lines, affect differently, and how you will get from the gene, including Hamlet, to what you saw on the mitochondria? Do you have answer now, or you have hypothesis?
Yeah, not yet. Okay. Just we know that from the clinical part that we have problems with patients that have BRAF mutation, and their survival is worse than wild type or so on. So we just find that there is some kind of tendency, and we want to go a little bit deeper, but so we need further studies for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Another questions for the audience? No? So thank you. Thank you, Justus. And now I would like to welcome Milda Juknevičienė with a presentation, Experimental Study of Magnesium Dichloroacetate Effect on Adult Glioblastoma using cells in xenografts.
So, hello, I am from Histology and Embryology department, and my study object was the magnesium dichloroacetate effect on glioblastoma, two different lines, and we are the first in gender. Adult glioblastoma is the most common and aggressive cancer, which effective treatment remains a current challenge. The pharmacological association of drugs effect in the treatment of glioblastoma with improved survival varies according to the patient's sex. Males have the incidence more common, and it is 1.6-fold increased in the males when we are comparing with the females. Dichloroacetate is an active substance which can have a sodium or magnesium cation in the salt, and most common used it is sodium dichloroacetate salt. It is used for the anti-cancer researches, and dichloroacetate have few pharmacological mechanisms, as it inhibits the pyruvate dehydrogenases kinases, decreases the lactate acid generations, promotes oxidative metabolism, raises reactive oxygen species generation in the tumor and in its environment. As well inhibits the sodium potassium chloride cotransporter 1, which is responsible for the sodium potassium chloride influx into the cell. Magnesium dichloroacetate as a treatment was not used for the anti-cancer effect. And our researchers found that the dichloroacetate impact on the tumor depends on the influence with the sodium or magnesium effect. What is the differences between these salts? That magnesium dichloroacetate have two dichloroacetate anions in the salt, and sodium dichloroacetate have just one. So basically, we can reduce the dichloroacetate concentration with using another salt. So magnesium dichloroacetate, it would be like half as concentration in the salt. And the role of the intracellular and extracellular magnesium concentration in the development of glioblastoma is contradictory. Study aim was to evaluate the effect of 2 doses of magnesium dichloroacetate on tumor growth, neoangiogenesis, proliferative cells, nuclear antigen, and mutant P53 expression of human. 2 cell lines which are from the glioblastoma in a chick chorioallantoic membrane model. We use the fertilized eggs. We use for the fertilized eggs for the study. We incubated them for 12 days. At embryo development day 3, we drilled the window on the shell of the egg. On day 7, we grafted the tumor. The tumor, it is very small in here. Very small in here, was formed with the gelatinous sponge, rat tail collagen, and the 1 million of the tumor cells. When from day 9th till 12, we done the in vivo biomicroscopy. We were performing. We were checking how the tumor was growing, and at 12 day we injected the dextran, which is the fluorescent material, to the biggest blood vessel, and by this we analyzed the angiogenesis in the blood in the CAM. As well, we harvested the CAM and analyzed by histology and immunohistology methods. The in vivo biomicroscopy assay showed how the tumor was growing from 9th till 12 days. And in vivo and ex ovo assays shows how the angiogenesis was in these groups. So in the control group, we had more attracted blood vessels around the tumor when we are comparing with the DCA treated group. As well, the fluorescent photos as well shows that in here, in the control group, we had more blood vessels around the tumor when we comparing with the magnesium DCA group. Chorioallantoic membrane, it is composed of 3 layers. The upper part, it is the chorionic epithelium, on which we are grafting the tumor. The middle layer, it is the mesenchyme, in which we will find the blood vessels, and the outermost layer, which is the inner, if we are looking to the chicken as well, it will be the amniotic epithelium. In the pictures, we have one example where the tumor invaded into the cam, and the cam is thicker, and the tumor, it is inside. Another picture shows that the tumor didn't invade into the cam and didn't disrupt the epithelium. So this means we haven't we didn't have an invasion. Our study showed that in both lines of study lines, the magnesium DCA reduced the frequency of the invasion when we were treating with the both doses of the magnesium DCA. And in the control, we can see that tumor was very aggressive and invaded about 80% in all incidents. The cam thickness, when we compare the cam thickness with the control cam, which hadn't have any graft on it, xenograft on it, the cam was thickened in all groups with the xenograft statistically, and the treatment with magnesium DCA reduced this thickness in all study groups in both study lines. The number of the blood vessels as well was reduced by treating with the magnesium DCA of both doses in both cell lines. The proliferation of the cells in the control group was very high, and the magnesium DCA reduced this proliferation in the cells by treating with it in both cell lines, and we find that the lower dose of magnesium DCA differed in its effect in the cell lines. So the higher magnesium DCA expression was in the females group when we compared with the males group. P53 expression was very high and statistically significantly higher in the males cell line when we compared with the females cell line, and just in the females cell line, the magnesium DCA effect was significant and reduced this expression. So to conclude, both tumors are highly invasive. Both doses of magnesium DCA suppress tumor growth. The 5 millimolar dose was more effective in reducing males tumor growth than 3 millimoles magnesium DCA. The effect of the female tumor was independent of dose. Cam thickness under the tumor was associated with neoangiogenesis, which was efficiently inhibited by 5 millimoles magnesium DCA. In female's tumor, PCNA expression was only inhibited by 5 millimoles dose, whereas in the male's tumor, it was sensitive to both tested doses. Compared to the female tumors, the male tumors control was higher, had the higher P53 expression than the female tumors, and both doses of magnesium dichloroacetate reduced the P53 expression in the female's tumor, while no such effect was observed in the male's tumor. The relationship between the magnesium DCA treatment and gender on the efficacy of the glioblastoma treatment needs further investigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Milda, for such interesting presentation, and maybe the audience would have any questions.
Yes, thank you so much for your interesting presentation. You showed various methods, and of course, very interesting the last conclusion. And what's your suggestions? Why it is so? Why it is sex-specific effect? Have you idea?
It can be the differences in the cell lines, like because it is the commercial cell lines, so it can be as well in the cell biology the differences. But literature shows that, like in the persons, like in real patients, it is the hormone dependent differences as well. So it can be also the gender, but this is the cell line, so it's a bit different. So I think it can be the cell biology differences as well.
Okay, also I have one question. First of all, I would like to stress that your study is very well organized. And it is really good that you measure the effect on the things that oncologists wants to measure and to know about. It is tumor growth, angiogenesis, invasiveness. So it's really good. My question is related to P53. We know that it's very important, but
Yes.
Is it the only reason that you've chosen for the study? To measure the expression of P53?
This is the continuous study. We have studies with the sodium dichloroacetate, so we wanted to see the differences between the magnesium DCA and the sodium DCA. And this is like a continuous, but because of the malignance of these tumors, we also chosen this P53, the mutant one.
And you did it via immunohistochemistry?
Yes.
What are your plans for the future?
For the future?
In terms of gene expression measurements?
We are planning to see, I don't know, the future plans. We will try to make a publication for this, yes, it's true. But for further studies, we are trying more in vitro studies as well to check how everything is going. In there, just with the in vitro cells, not in the in vivo, and we will try to compare what are the differences like on the tumor, in the tumor which we have the cells, what's the expression, and we will try to see what is the expression in vitro. Like in vitro, we will grow the cells and the same cells.
Okay, so you are on a good road, but from my side, I think it's very good to have the material. If you don't have money now for doing multiple gene expression analysis, please keep the material, and probably from those data you could have more data in the future.
We also made the sequencing for the apoptosis genes and the cell deaths, but it was from the in vitro. So I don't have the results yet, but we will see what we will get from that.
Thank you.
Thank you for the questions.
Thank you, Milda. And I would like to introduce our next speaker, Roberta Vadeikienė. Sorry so much. And I believe that she would be much more equipped to present and announce her theme.
So hello, I am Roberta Vadeikienė, and I will represent you our research about the exploration of PKKT-mTOR, JAK-STAT, and hedgehog pathways inhibitor effect on calreticulin del52 cells proliferation. And firstly, about the classic myeloproliferative neoplasms. The World Health Organization classes all MPNs as blood cancers. And myeloproliferative neoplasms are a group of diseases in which the bone marrow makes too many red blood cells, white blood cells, or platelets. Basically, myeloproliferative neoplasms are divided into two groups, BCR-ABL positive MPNs and BCR-ABL negative MPNs. In our work, we focused on BCR-ABL negative MPNs. So, MPNs are caused by mutations which occur in multipotential stem cells and myeloid progenitor cells. And mutations, of course, result in activated cell proliferation and increased white blood cells, red blood cells, and platelets counts in peripheral blood. And mutations can occur in JAK2 gene, MPL gene, and calreticulin gene. In the slide, you see a mutational profile of BCR-ABL negative myeloproliferative neoplasms, and approximately 60% of primary myelofibrosis and essential thrombocythemia patients have mutations in JAK2 gene, and additional 5 to 10% carry a mutation in MPL gene. No specific molecular marker was identified in the remaining 30 to 45% of patients until 2013, and in this year, in 2013, the gene encoding calreticulin was identified as a new cancer gene that is mutated in most patients with essential thrombocythemia and myelofibrosis, but with no mutated JAK2 gene. And now, shortly about the signaling pathways that are activated in BCR-ABL negative NPMs. So mentioned molecular changes, gene mutations have been shown to lead to activation of JAK-STAT signaling pathway, but other signaling pathways has been shown that are activated also in MPNs. And we focused on three main signaling pathways: JAK-STAT, PKK-mTOR, and Hedgehog signaling pathway. Activated JAK-STAT signaling pathway is a common feature of the MPNs. JAK2 small molecule inhibitors such as ruxolitinib have been proven to be clinically effective. However, they are not mutational specific and competent enough to suppress neoplastic clonal hematopoiesis. So there is a need for exploring new therapeutic strategies for BCR-ABL negative myeloproliferative neoplasms. So a potential treatment targets is alternative signaling systems such as mentioned PKK-mTOR and Hedgehog signaling pathways. And shortly about calreticulin. Calreticulin 52 base pair deletion and 5 base pair insertion have discovered to be involved in MPN's pathogenesis, and it was reported that mutant calreticulin results in increased JAK-STAT and other signaling pathways of activation. However, these data contrast with another study's observation that calreticulin mutant cells are not dependent on JAK-STAT signaling. So the attention needs to be given to exploration of molecular mechanisms activated in calreticulin mutated cells. And the aim of our research was to characterize the effect of specific JAK-STAT, PKK-mTOR, and Hedgehog signaling inhibitors in calreticulin del52 mutated cells. And now about materials and methods. First of all, we transfected cells. In our work, we employed UT7 cell line, suspension cell line. CRISPR-Cas9 system was chosen for calreticulin 52 base pair deletion initiation in cells, and the electroporation was applied for plasmid and HDR template electrotransfer into UT7 cells. After the transfection, we had to select stable cell lines with mutated calreticulin. So Kilcur for pyrimidine tested in UT7 cell line. And a total of 1 microgram per milliliter was minimum concentration of pyrimidine in the cell culture medium required to kill non-transfected cells. And the UT7 cells were cultured in complete medium plus 1 microgram per liter pyrimidine for selection of a stable cell line that expressed mutated calreticulin. And in the B part, you see agarose gel electrophoresis, and in lane 2, there are two fragments of 171 and 119 base pair, and this shows 52 base pair deleted calreticulin. And next, we initially employed calreticulin del52 cells and UT7 cell line to examine the effect of all inhibitors signaling pathways, and reduction in cell viability by inhibitors was demonstrated in all cell lines by trypan blue exclusion and LMR blue assays. And calreticulin del 52 cells were quite sensitive to RAD001, which is mTOR inhibitor. In this slide, you see CIT387 inhibitor effect on cells viability, and this inhibitor affects JAK-STAT signaling pathway. And these cells were quite sensitive to this inhibitor. And after 72 hours exposure, cells viability reached only 5%. Calreticulin del52 cells were least sensitive to HPI-1 inhibitor, which inhibits hedgehog signaling pathway. And now cells with wild type calreticulin, UT7 cell line, it was quite not so sensitive to all of inhibitors, and viability was decreased, but not that much as in cells with calreticulin mutation. UT7 cell line was most sensitive to CIT387 inhibitor, JAK-STAT inhibitor, but not that much as calreticulin mutated cells. And least inhibitor which affected UT7 cell line viability was HPI-1, a hedgehog signaling pathway inhibitor. In this study, we aimed, as I mentioned, to evaluate and compare cells' viability response to specific inhibitors. Therefore, we calculated IC50 mean values among all of inhibitors. And our data indicate that cells expressing calreticulin 52 base pair deletion are most sensitive to JAK-STAT inhibitor as a single agent and showing proliferation arrest. And also we found that calreticulin mutation cells were more sensitive to inhibition of PKKT-mTOR and hedgehog pathways that the wild type calreticulin UT7 cell line. And in this table, you see the values of IC50, which was calculated, and calreticulin mutated cells were most sensitive to CIT387 inhibitor, JAK-STAT inhibitor. And this is UT7 line, where was calreticulin wild type, and this cell also was most sensitive to CIT387, but numbers are just bigger compared to mutated calreticulin cell line. And conclusions, JAK-STAT, PKKT-mTOR, and hedgehog inhibitors have potent antiproliferative efficacy. Drug-mediated inhibition of JAK-STAT, PKKT-mTOR, and hedgehog signaling pathways is effective against cells with colorectal 52 base pair deletion, and concurrent targeting of alternative pathways may represent a new therapeutic strategy in MPNs.
Thank you, Roberta, for your presentation, and we're waiting short questions from the audience.
Yes, thank you very much for this interesting presentation. And it is previous was preclinical study how to combat the neoplasia, and this one. And my question is, yes, you detail have this molecular pathways you studied, and what's your impression? How far you are from the clinical application, from clinics?
Far enough, I think. At this stage, yes, far enough, I think.
Far enough.
Yes.
Okay.
I just want to declare that I am Roberta is my PhD student, so I don't have any questions, and I will not evaluate. So I think it's important to say that also.
So thank you for questions. Thank you, Roberta. And now I would like to invite for a presentation. I would like to invite for a presentation Dalia Rancevienė, early structural alteration of intrinsic cardiac ganglionated plexus in spontaneously hypertensive rats.
Hello, dear colleagues. Yes, my name is Dalia Rancevienė. I am from Anatomy Institute from our university. Would like to present our study. The name was already mentioned. So I would like to start with the introduction. Persistent arterial hypertension leads to structural and functional remodeling of the heart, resulting in myocardial ischemia, fibrosis, hypertrophy, and eventually heart failure. What happens with the intrinsic cardiac ganglionated plexus? Previous studies have shown that individual neurons are changing. Previous studies showed other interesting data, but they focused basically on failing hearts in the late stages of arterial hypertension. However, little is known about cardiac innervation during the early onset arterial hypertension. So the purpose of this work was to examine the impact of early hypertension on the structural organization of the intrinsic cardiac ganglionated plexus. Material. We studied hypertensive and normotensive rats in juvenile and adult age. I would like to stress out that SRHR, spontaneously hypertensive rats, tend to be normotensive, prehypertensive in the early age, around 2 months old, and SHR adults develop arterial hypertension, which is more than 150 in systolic blood pressure. And our control group, the Stark-Kyoto rats, remain normotensive all their life long. Methods. So we studied hearts by 3 methods. We did wall mount atria specimens, wall-mount basal part of ventricles and cryo sections of the middle part of ventricles. All these specimens were stained with PGP 9.5, which stains all neuronal structures. Results. I will start with atria. Here in these pictures you can see adult normotensive rat and adult hypertensive rat. These green structures are ganglia. Can you notice any differences already? So I will explain the numbers we got from atrial ganglia. So we found out that ganglion number was similar between these two groups, but ganglion area decreased comparing juvenile and adult, juvenile and adult hypertensive rats. That tendency didn't show up in the normotensive group. When the neuron area, the size of neuron, was smaller in both juvenile and adult groups in hypertensive group. When neuronal number was, when neuronal number was smaller in the adult hypertensive group comparing with the juvenile hypertensive group. Epicardiac nerve width was again smaller in the SHR adult group. So we see a tendency of reduction of neural structures, especially in the SHR adult group. And in this picture, we can see a nice typical ganglia of the juvenile rat. Now about ventricles. PGP 9. I don't know what am I doing. I'm sorry. PGP 9.5% area was smaller again in the hypertensive adult group. In the epicardiac nerve cross sections, we measured in the middle part of the ventricles. In the wall mounts of the ventricles, we measured epicardiac nerve width, which was really interesting because you can see that in juvenile group, nerves were thicker in the hypertensive group, even though these rats doesn't have hypertension yet. So that shows some kind of genetical predisposition. And when the rats got older, reached 3 months old, the nerves adapted and got similar in thickness. Myocardial innervation showed other tendency. We can see that in the atria, the percentage of fine nerve fiber meshwork was thicker in the SHR group. In ventricles was thicker, denser in the SHR group. The biggest density was noticed in the right ventricle, and we didn't see any differences in the left ventricle, but we can discuss about that finding in the question part if needed. And basically, I would want to conclude that intrinsic cardioganglionated plexus of spontaneously hypertensive rats display multiple structural alterations. A decrease in the intracardiac neuronal number, marked reduction in axonal diameters, and their proportion within intracardiac nerves, and increased density of myocardial nerve fibers. And these findings represent early neurological changes of the intrinsic ganglionated plexus of the heart introduced by early onset arterial hypertension in young adult SHR rats. Thank you.
Thank you, Dalia. Do we have any questions from the audience?
Thank you for presentation, and I asked to switch off the light because indeed for you it's very important these nice pictures to see.
Yes.
Yes. And my question is very brief, and according to your point of view, which were most interesting and striking data you found?
I would like to discuss about arterial hypertension from the egg and chicken point of view. What happened first? Nervous innervation changes or hypertension as a clinical disease? That was the main question. And from our study, we can see that both components are working together. We saw predisposition in the epicardiac nerves in very early age, before development of hypertension. We saw that predisposition. I didn't stress it out properly, but cardiac ganglia, neurons in them, were changed already in very early age if we compare spontaneously hypertensive rats with the normotensive group. So that these findings are really important because we can concentrate our attention to the prevention of the disease, as it was mentioned by Tomas Vaičiūnas in the panel section, medicine, genetical treatments. The attention could go to this part. Of course, it is very important to treat heart failure because it's life-threatening end of life disease, but we can start even in the early age.
I probably have not question but recommendation. You mentioned who first, egg or chicken, and also you said a few words about genetic predisposition. So please put genetic predisposition also into your consideration.
Yes, but well, my knowledge of genetics is like below the. So I would like to keep silent about the genetical predisposition because I don't have enough knowledge to discuss about that part. I want to discuss about morphology. I see nerve, it changes, I discuss.
Probably those changes are really influenced by genetics.
Yes, we are. Because, I didn't mention, spontaneously hypertensive rats, they have genetical disease. It's not because of the sodium intake, it's not because environmental issues, it's genetically predisposed state.
Thank you, Commission. Thank you, Dalia.
Thank you.
And I would like to invite the next speaker, Albertas Kriaučiūnas and his thesis on silent information regulator to homolog 1 role in males with generalized periodontitis. Denied.
Hello there, everyone. My name is Albertas Kriaučiūnas. I'm from the Department of Prosthodontics. And today, we'd like to present our work, a part of our work, which is the silent information regulator to homolog 1, the RS3758391, role in males with generalized periodontitis. And to begin with, I would like to begin with the introduction and how widespread this disease is. Now, periodontitis is one of the most common dental diseases found. And it affects up to 538 million people worldwide. And for example, in the United States, it affects more than 40% of adults, all the adults. And severe periodontal diseases, they're found in up to 20% of middle-aged people. And for example, in Europe. And in older people, from 65 to 74 years old, we can see that it basically increases up to 40% to all the individuals. Now, what is periodontitis? It is basically a chronic disease, a chronic multifactorial disease, which is associated with the accumulation of dental plaque. And it can also be referred to as dental biofilm in the studies and also in the literature. And it's also characterized by progressive destruction of the teeth supporting apparatus, including the periodontal ligament, and of course the alveolar bone. Now, in the following pictures, the picture 1, 2, 3 from left to right, in the first one, the largest one, we can clearly see a person who had his bone resorbed, who has his gums basically receding. And all of these things, they happen for a reason, and they happen due to this disease. Now, the second picture, we can clearly see that a gum flap has been raised, and in a healthy type of person, we would see bone there. But in this type of case, we can clearly see that the bone has been resorbed, and we see basically tooth roots, and this tooth will fall out in some days. And the third picture is also a radiological one. And this is also a disease that can be seen through X-rays. So we can also look at a patient, we can do an X-ray image, and we will clearly see the resorption of the bone. Now, the etiology. It can happen for many things. Now, starting from stress, of course, to obesity, diabetes, smoking has a really huge factor in the periodontal development due to the microcirculation of the blood, osteoporosis, dietary calcium usage, vitamin D. But the one that we're going to be talking about today is basically the genetic factors. So, the pathogenesis. As I mentioned before, it's a pretty complex process, and it works in a circle. So we have environmental and acquired risk factors that I mentioned before, and we also have the genetic risk factors. They both work into one. They work into the host immune inflammatory response system, which basically through cytokines and prostanoids and MMPs, they work to the connective tissue and the bone metabolism. Now, this whole process, it shows us the clinical signs of disease initiation and progression, which eventually leads to microbial challenge. Well, the dental plaque and the accumulation of the microbiota, and it works with antigens, of course, with lipopolysaccharides to trigger the host immune inflammatory response again. So this basically works in a circle all the way around. Now, the clinical expression. The common features of periodontitis, they include the gingival inflammation, the clinical attachment loss, the radiographic evidence of alveolar bone loss, the sites with deep probing depths, mobility, bleeding upon probing, and also the pathogenic migration. Now, these three pictures in the lower part, we can see the picture 1, 2, 3. The most left one, the first one, it shows us how resorbed the bone can be. We can clearly see the probing, the bleeding on probing in a patient. In the middle one, we can clearly see that the bone has been resorbed. We just see a raised gum flap. And through the gum flap, we can clearly see that the teeth, well, they're basically moving out of there. If there was like a stronger trauma to those teeth, they would clearly fall out. And in the third picture, we can clearly see that the bone is practically gone in the canine region, and that's one of the first teeth in the patient's mouth, so that's a really important thing. Now, what do we need to differ between? We need to distinguish between the gingivitis and periodontitis, because the gingivitis is a pretty common disease. I think most of the people, they sometimes get their bleeding gums or something like that. But periodontitis, it's way different, because in periodontal cases, we can clearly see that not only the gums, but also the bone is affected. So this is the main differentiating factor between these two diseases. Now, the gene role in the pathogenesis of peritonitis. The chronic peritonitis, it appears to be genetically complex, and this is why studies have focused on evaluating polymorphisms instead. Now, a number of genetic polymorphisms have been studied for their association with chronic peritonitis. And the SIRT1, for example, it inhibits oxidative injury, and it also has anti-inflammatory effects and may be involved in the healing of peritonitis. Also, multiple studies, they implicated a SIRT1 in the regulation of inflammatory responses. And SIRT1 is also a potent regulator of the osteogenetic differentiation of human periodontal ligament cells and may have clinical implications for periodontal bone regeneration. The aim of our work was to investigate the role of RS-375A391 in males with generalized peritonitis. The study was approved by the Ethics Committee by Biomedical Research, and of course the study was conducted in the Department of Prosthodontics and also in Neuroscience Institute of Lithuanian University of Health Sciences. Patients, we had 85 males with generalized peritonitis and 250 males as control group. And the study subjects, they were evaluated introvally equally. So they had radiographical analysis also done to each and every single one of them. The diagnosis itself was applied according to the classification of periodontal periimplant disease conditions of the work group 2, the most official one that we could use. And also all 3 peritonitis stages were included, stage 1, 2, 3, so from the least severe one to the most severe one. And the DNA was extracted from the blood using DNA administration kits. The genotyping was performed using the real-time polymerase chain reaction method. The SIRT1 according to the manufacturer's instructions using the PCR. And the results, they were calculated using the IBM SPSS statistics, and the distribution of SIRT1 RS-375A391 in the peritonitis and control groups was compared using the Chi-square test and also the Fisher's exact test. The results. Now, the analysis of silent information regulator 2 homolog 1 RS-375A391 gene polymorphism has not revealed any statistically significant differences in the genotypes. So from the CC, CT, and TT distribution between the males with peritonitis and the healthy control males group. As follows, as we can see in the pictures, 50.6, 42.4, and 7.1% versus 57.6, 38.4, and also 4%. And the p-value is 0.631. There were not any statistically significant differences comparing alleles C and T and in males with peritonitis and healthy control males. And the numbers are 71.8 versus 76.8 and 28.2 versus 23.2, and with a p-value of 0.187. So in the conclusions, we can say that the silent information regulator 2 homolog 1 RS-375A391 gene polymorphism had no predominant role on the development of peritonitis in male patients. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have a questions from the audience.
Yes, we have a question. First of all, it's really good and interesting that genetic is moving to different parts of health studies, and it was really interesting to see and to hear you doing genetic analysis. You explain why you chosen the gene. Could you please say a few words about the polymorphism? What type of polymorphism weight is in the gene and why you've chosen for the analysis?
Thank you. So we chose, this is not the only gene that we chose, and this is not the only polymorphism. So this is like a part of our work, but all in all, well, the first one, of course, is the current literature findings, what is found in the literature, what is being done right now, and what is being analyzed in the current literature. The other one, of course, we used the haplotype maps. We used any search for any associations with, especially this disease, with periodontal disease. And we tried connecting basically all the information that we could find to choose maybe the most common one. Of course, during inflammation, well, inflammation happens in the whole body. So we chose SIRT1 as a pretty inflammatory, responsive, one of the most studied and the ones that have the most information in the literature. So I think it's mainly based on scientific findings right now.
Yes, but sometimes it's better to choose the polymorphism that no one studied in this type of the disease.
Sure.
That would be the suggestion. But my question was, is this polymorphism in the coding region? Do you know about that?
In the
Or is it in the regulatory region, or it is in entrance? Where is it?
It was in the promoter region.
Okay, so it makes sense. That's okay. My another suggestion is this type of disease is multifactorial disease. Yes.
Yes, of course.
You explained very nicely. So I think those results needs to be analyzed in multifactorial fashion or manner. So when you have more polymorphism, please put everything together, and also please put the environmental factors that you have. And then you might see that your polymorphism might have an effect.
Yes.
Because in genetics now what people are doing is calculating polygenic risk score. So they're sequencing multiple genes and looking for different variants and trying to find the variants, the genetic variants that could influence the disease onset. And another thing that I suggest to look at is the course of the disease. Probably periodontitis, the disease that you analyzed, also have different causes, yes? For some people it is severe, for some might be mild type, and the polymorphism could also affect the course of the disease. So it would be very interesting to hear your results in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
More questions? No more questions. Thank you. So next, Simona Sakalauskaitė with a presentation about association of mast cell density and endothelial area with clinical pathological parameters and prognosis in canine mammary gland carcinomas.
Good afternoon, dear jury and participants. I would like to present part of my research work on already mentioned topic. So, mast cells has been shown to have both enhancing and inhibiting effects on tumor progression with contradictory prognostic results in breast cancer and other various human cancers. And this may depend on mast cells' location in the place in the tumor itself. For example, peritumoral mast cells were shown to have cytolytic effect in one study and actually enhance invasion and metastasis in another study. Intratumoral mast cells were shown to enhance lymphatic invasion. Also, mast cells produce a lot of different mediators, for example, vascular endothelial growth factors, which promotes angiogenesis. And of course, angiogenesis is known to play an important role in tumor progression. As canine mammary cancer is very similar to breast cancer, it's actually quite strange that there has been a lack of research into the role played by mast cells. And angiogenesis measured as endothelial area as indicators of aggressiveness and progression of canine mammary carcinomas, especially that in veterinary medicine there is a need for cheap methods, so we can say to owners the possible prognosis. So therefore, the aim of our study was to investigate total intratumoral and peritumoral mast cells densities and endothelial area in canine mammary carcinomas and their associations with clinical pathological parameters, and also to evaluate the potential prognostic factors as above mentioned parameters. So we collected So we collected canine mammary carcinomas after surgical excision and submitted to routine histopathology and immunohistochemistry to evaluate the listed clinical pathological parameters. We also evaluated endothelial area after immunohistochemistry by delimiting perimeter of single vessel and then measured as an area of all vessels observed in the 1 square millimeter of sample. And mast cell density was counted as total peritumoral and intratumoral. So peritumoral mast cell density was, as mast cells was no further than 1 high power field inside the tumor margins and no more than 2 high power fields outside the tumor margins, while intratumoral mast cells were located within the center of neoplastic tissue and more than 1 high power field inside the tumor edge. The follow-up with some of the dogs were done for 2 years, during which physical examination, thoracic radiographs, and abdominal ultrasounds were undertaken for evaluation of distant metastasis, and for local metastasis and large lymph nodes were evaluated by cytology after fine needle aspiration or after histopathology, if there was a resection of the lymph node during second surgery. We counted just disease-free survival because during our study, just 1 dog died from the pulmonary metastasis, so overall survival was not counted. So talking about the associations with clinical pathological parameters, actually total mast cells and peritumoral mast cells didn't have any associations except that peritumoral mast cells had significant association with the grade, but intratumoral mast cells actually had several associations with the tumor infiltrating lymphocytes count, tumor size, and lymph node metastasis presence. So, as in some previous studies in human cancers, it seems that intratumoral mast cells show the more aggressiveness than peritumoral. Now, talking about endothelial area, the endothelial area did not have correlation actually with any mast cell density counted. However, endothelial area seem to have correlation with parameters that show increased tumor aggressiveness, like high grade and proliferation index. Now about follow-up results. Around 43% of our dogs had recurrence or metastasis in the study. I mean, disease-free survival time was around 9.9 months. And we had association with from the clinical pathological parameters and disease-free survival time, significant association just with the grade. So dogs with higher grade, of course, had recurrence sooner. But talking about mast cell density, so total mast cell density had association to disease-free survival, as tumors with high total mast cell density, the dogs with tumors with high mast cell density had recurrence sooner than tumors with low mast cell density by 2.4 months. Similar association was seen with intratumoral mast cell densities, but not with the peritumoral mast cell density. Also, dogs with tumors that had high endothelial area had lower survival time, disease-free survival time than with dogs that had tumors with low endothelial area. However, after multivariable analysis, just high grade and high intratumoral mast cell density had significance for the prognosis. So, in conclusions, intratumoral mast cell density and endothelial area can be used to evaluate the aggressiveness of canine mammary cancer. However, just intratumoral mast cell density may be used as independent predictor for a disease-free survival prognosis of canine mammary carcinomas. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Simona. Will the Commission have any questions?
So, Simona, thank you very much for clinical study. It is very pleasant to see morphological clinical study. and with clear presented data, all your parameters you looked at, and proliferation index, endothelial mast cells. And my question is more theoretical. So how you will explain this role of mast cells? Especially in the tumor.
Yeah, so from the literature, what they say that the different mast cells produce different mediators. So, for example, what peritumoral mediators produced, like some enzymes, maybe intratumoral mast cells do not. That's why they have a little bit different effect.
And what is differences between these mast cells, intratumor and extratumor? It is, of course, theoretical questions. Can you define?
No, I don't exactly know what you mean with the difference. I mean, as I said, the main difference is the most research is done with the enzymes they produce tryptase kinase. So, for example, in some researches, they found that intratumoral mast cells produce more kinase and peritumoral tryptase, for example. Yes. But maybe you want a different answer.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Simona. And the next presentation will be given by my colleague, Rugilė Dragūnaitė.
So hello everyone once again. I am Rugilė Dragūnaitė, and it's also nice to see you here. And first, I would like to thank you for Dr. PhD student Comet for opportunity to be not only participate, but also opportunity for organization this conference. And today is more about comparison of two sequencing methods from me today, and my topic is advances on the detection of metyladenosine or M6A modifications in glioma stem cells. To begin with, it's so important to talk about and do research on glioblastoma, because glioblastoma is the most aggressive form of brain cancer, has witnessed very little clinical progress over the last decades, and currently an accounting for 47% of diagnosed brain cancers. We know that our body is made up of many different types of cells. A stem cell is a cell with a unique ability to develop into specialized cell types in the body. Why it's so important to do research and talk about especially glioma stem cells? Because survival of glioblastoma patients is seriously hampered by glioma stem cells. And that are distinct therapy-resistant, self-replicating cancer stem cells. That's why glioma stem cells becomes a huge spot in science, especially in the epitranscriptomy field. And also, glioblastoma stem cells play an important role not only of tumor initiation, further are considered to be extremely resistant to therapy, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and it leading to the failure of multiple treatments. evidence is emerging that modulation of M6A modification in glioma stem cells plays an important role in tumor progression. Also, in some types of bioprocessing, including tissue development, self-renewal, and differentiation of cells, DNA damage, response, so on and so on. M6A modification is important epitranscriptomic mark with high abundance in the central nervous system and plays a crucial role in the neural development and function. So the aim of the study was to analyze disadvantages and advantages between two different sequencing methods, or two different technologies, Illumina and Nanopore. So next, talking about materials and methods. This is a simple experimental design from glioma stem cells cultivation to data, including RNA preparation, library preparation, pipeline applying, and data analysis. And when we talk about material and methods in this step, here's some differences between these two methods already when we talk about methods and materials. So what I'm talking about, first is required total RNA amount, where in Illumina we need about 700 micrograms of RNA, of total RNA, while in Nanopore required total RNA amount is 80 micrograms of total RNA. The next is RNA preparation. In Illumina we need fragment our poly-A RNA and couple RNA with M6A antibody to know where is our epitranscriptomic mark M6A. In Illumina, we just need to native our poly-A RNA. Next is library preparation. In Illumina, we need to do double-strand cDNA amplified with PCR. In Nanopore, we just need to do first-strand cDNA synthesis. Breakthrough. Illumina, it's high throughput. Nanopore technology use single molecular sequencing and allow us to decode so much longer stretches of molecular fragments, also called long reads. And finally, sequencing accuracy. In Illumina, we have 99% accuracy. In Nanopore, we have about 97–98% of accuracy. Moreover, for data analysis, the pipeline ChIP-seq was applied to detect M6A modification of Illumina, while Nanopore used NanoSeq pipeline. There is risky differences because Nanopore presents qualitative M6A data. It means indicate probability of the sites to be modified, while Illumina shows quantitative scores of M6A modification. Despite it, in the end, we have DSEQ data from both of these methods and can analyze targets or something we need in our research. So I'm so grateful for my team which working with me in this field, and a few days ago we published our article using Illumina data. And in this paper, we identified 7 novel glioma stem cell specific M6A targets, which you can see in the green table, where is a gene name, peak size and basis, strand, and peak position. And using IGV or integrative genomic viewer, we can see it and identify the location of our genes. So peaks in your right, right here shows us exactly where race modification is. All the results leads us to our second stage to identify glioma stem cell specific long non-coding RNAs as targets in glioma patients. We already done sequencing in about 30 glioma patients, different grade glioma patients. We have glioblastoma is 4th grade, and we have 2nd grade astrocytomas, and we now on analyzing data. And after that, we are hoping to publish our second paper. To sum up, M6A detection in the field of RNA modifications have received a huge boost from innovations. RNA sequencing technologies has been utilized in many aspects of cancer research and therapy, including biomarker therapy. And thank you, and it's really hard to talk about RNA modification, especially M6A, because there's no or little experience in glioma stem cells, and this is hard to compare with other research. So I'm waiting for your questions.
Thank you, Radila. Do we have any questions?
Yes. Can you hear? Okay. Very advanced work, and it's really great that we are moving from polymorphisms and gene analysis towards RNA and epitranscriptomics. I just want to make sure I understand correctly. You showed the results, and those results were from Illumina data.
Yes.
Okay. Did you check whether the Illumina data are in agreement, the same samples with Nanopore?
Yes. Because of what I said before, what I mentioned about required RNA, of total RNA amount, we don't have huge tumors, so we need to find another way to analyze glioma patients.
Yes, a lot of data are done or analyzed using Illumina platforms.
Yes.
But still very little is done using Nanopore. So I wonder whether if you take your samples, let's say 50 samples that you analyzed with Illumina, have you checked whether the same results, are the results reproducible? My question is, when you do with Nanopore, or haven't you done this yet? Because from your first part, I saw the comparison of the technologies, but I don't understand whether those are just theoretical, your comparisons, or what you presented is based on what you've done, and those numbers are from your studies.
Thank you for your question. We done Illumina, and after that we just do Nanopore because of, as I mentioned, required RNA amounts. And in this step, we would like to find a way to compare these two methods, because other researchers do that, but not in glioma stem cells. So we want to do this in glioma stem cells because there's no research about it, and we want to present for others. And it is really, and it's quite new. So, and I have mentioned before, once of method take us qualitative data, another one is quantitative data. But we have some tools we can compare these two methods and put together.
Okay. Well, I think nanopore is better for this type of analysis for DNA and RNA modification. My last question, maybe I missed, how did you get those stem cells? Or you use the whole tumors, or what is your material? Because you analyze, you want to look at the modifications in the stem cells, glioblastoma.
Yes, we have done cultivation of cancers of glioma stem cells is NCH421 key cells. It means it's stem cells. So
this is a line, yes?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. But we called cultivation by ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, professors. Thank you, Rugile.
Thank you so much.
And I would like to introduce Vilma Zigmantaitė and her thesis on effects of essential oil on the activity of autonomic nervous system.
Hello all. It's nice to be here. So please let me introduce you to university patented substance. This substance is the essential oil, which are also extracted in our university. And many university researchers and departments are involved in this study of this material. And I will present just a small part of this research that has been done in order to find out the effects and the mechanism of this essential oil. Nature has always been and still is a source of food and ingredients which is beneficial to our health. Nowadays, plant extracts or herbal extracts are increasingly becoming important substances due to their content in bioactive compounds and which believe have wide spectrum activity and possibly the lower number of side effects. Scientific and business companies are greatly interested in the use of herbal medicinal substances in the creation of pharmacological products. Our object is Lamiaceae family Eschscholzia ciliata plant, which is an annual plant native in Asia but also grows in Lithuania. In other studies of many researchers, it is known that this genus plant has antibacterial activity, has antioxidative activity, works anti-inflammatory by reducing secretion of the tumor necrosis factor A, interleukin 6, and prostaglandin A2. Other plants of this genus has antiviral effect of influenza type A virus. In our team, it was evaluated and nearly patented that Eschscholzia ciliata has antiarrhythmic properties, and we hope we attempted to do more studies to make this product like a drug for treatment. Measurement of heart rate variability is the non-invasive technique that can be used to investigate the functioning of autonomic nervous system, especially the balance of sympathetic and parasympathetic system activities. It has been proven to be very useful in human and animal research studies concerning disease or physiological status. For over past decades, heart rate variability are used in animal research in order to analyze changes in sympathetic and parasympathetic activities, to measure the physiological stressors and to evaluate the welfare evaluation. heart rate variability studies in controlled physiological condition with pharmacological manipulations of the autonomic nervous system function, and at different levels are widely used in the research. The physiological origins of heart rate variability are fluctuations of the heart rate. It fluctuates of the cardiovascular, vasoconstrictory, and vasodilatory centers in brain. Normally, these fluctuations are a result of blood pressure changes that is modulated by baroreflex. It depends on respiration, thermoregulation, and even on circadian biorhythm. All these factors can influence the length from beat to beat, or so-called RR intervals. The origin of heartbeat is located in the sinoatrial node, and it generates heart rate. And by sinoatrial node, it will be generated for about 100 to 120 rates per minute. But because of the autonomic regulation, or the net regulatory activity, it's always there is like 60 to 70 beats per minute. In this study, we attempt to investigate the effects of L-Scholzia ciliata essential oil on the autonomic nervous function in terms of heart rate variability. For methods, in this study, 8 Lithuanian local breed mixed pigs they used. The pigs weighed at about average 32 kilograms. During procedure, because of animal welfare and in order to avoid spontaneous movements, all animals were under general anesthesia. All experiments, which included animals, were performed according to the European Community guiding principles and approved and permitted by State Food and Veterinary Service of the Republic of Lithuania. The test substances was dosed for 30 micrograms. Always we use the same dose. It was injected intravenously into air vein. Heart rate variability were measured using 5-lead electrocardiogram and analyzed using frequent and time domains. In the study, they used an interval of 2 minutes because from the earlier studies, we know that this substance has very short-term effect. To calculate heart rate variability for each time segment, data they are filtered and normalized. Time domain heart rate variability data are not shown in this presentation because it mirrors the frequency domain results. For the results, after intravenous bolus of our ciliata, a sudden and short-term increase in very low frequency can be seen, like you see in this picture. Heart rate variability after an increase in the next time interval, they're back to the normal measures. As stated in most studies, the very low frequency band provides an additional indicator of sympathetic function activity. The similar results and the similar sympathetic tone activity is also highly associated with the low frequency band, and analysis of the low frequency variability shows its dominance immediately after ciliata injection. Like you've seen before, it returns in the next time interval close to control values. The opposite change observed in high-frequency total power measurements from the control high values, high-frequency variability decreases for a short period of time, and the change is the same as back for the second interval of time, back to close to normal values. We also measured low and high-frequency ratio. It's like you see, it's a higher ratio after injection, so it indicates increased sympathetic activity or reduced parasympathetic activity as a conclusion. we can see there is a clear change in the activity of autonomic nervous system after the intravenous injection of essential oil in the terms of heart rate variability. In conclusion, it can be stated that intravenous Scholzia ciliata injection causes autonomic nervous system response as a compensative mechanism after cardiovascular system alteration. And we can conclude that heart rate variability is a perspective tool for assessing changes in the activity of the autonomic nervous system after pharmacological manipulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vilma, for a nice presentation. Any questions?
Yes, thank you for interesting data, because this herb was very popular and is very popular for investigations in our university. And my questions now, you in conclusions, can you specify to which effect is stronger, to sympathetic or parasympathetic system?
Thank you for your question. We were actually discussing yesterday with my supervisor. Yeah, sorry. You cannot tell of those results. It can be the sympathetic activity or inhibition of parasympathetic. So, for my knowledge, I think it's sympathetic activity, because this substance lowers blood pressure, and then it has to be the autonomic system has to respond by baroreflex, so it's sympathetic activity.
Okay, so you will check more, yes?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions from the audience? If not, thank you again. And I would like to invite to present Greta Gedvilaitė, the association between relative leukocyte telomere length and RS1760904 in healthy women.
So good afternoon, dear commission, dear colleagues, dear participants. Today I will introduce our work, the associations between relative leukocyte telomere length and TAP1 RS1760904 in healthy women. To start with, telomeres are nucleoprotein complexes at the ends of eukaryotic chromosomes. The progressive shortening of telomeres leads to apoptosis, oncogenic transformation of somatic cells, which affect the health and the lifespan of a human. And shorter telomeres have been associated with increased disease incidence and poor survival. It is essential to highlight that telomerase activity is inhibited by regulatory proteins that limit telomere proliferation. Therefore, the TAP1 gene single nucleotide polymorphisms are thought to be closely related to telomerase activity and telomere length. And as we know, all cells divide over time. This leads to telomere shortening, and eventually cell division stops. So in our study, we selected to investigate TAP1 gene, and the full name of the gene is telomerase-associated protein 1. It tells itself that it's a protein coding gene, and regarding the literature, we selected 6 SNPs in the study. However, only RS1760904 showed statistically significant results, and so now I'm presenting this SNP. As I mentioned, the TAP1 is associated with telomerase activity, telomerase reverse transcriptase, and interact specifically with telomerase RNA. And the aim of this study was to investigate the relative leukocyte telomere length and TAP1 RS1760904 associations in a healthy women group. The study was carried out in the Department of Ophthalmology, Lithuania University of Health Sciences. Kaunas Regional Biomedical Research Ethic Committee approved the study, and all participants in the study signed the informed consent form. And 165 healthy women participated in the study, and DNA samples from peripheral blood leukocytes were purifying used DNA salting out method, and genotyping was performed using real-time PCR. Relative leukocyte telomere length was measured using the real-time PCR method. The amounts of telomere DNA fragments and the reference gene albumin were determined in 2 replicates. The reference DNA was a mixture of 2 randomly selected DNA samples, and also DNA isolated from a commercial human cell line 1301 with extra long telomeres was used as a positive control. So results. Relative telomere lengths were divided into short telomeres and long telomeres. Telomeres shorter than 0.729 were considered as short telomeres, and telomeres longer than 0.730 were considered as long. And relative telomere length associations with TAP1 RS1760904 was analyzed. Analysis revealed that TAP1 RS1760904 AG genotype was more frequent in women with short telomeres group than in women with long telomeres group. Also, analysis revealed that GG genotype was more frequent in women with long telomeres group than in women with short telomeres group. Also, binary logistical regression analysis was performed, and analysis revealed that TAP1 RS1760904 AG genotype compared with AA and GG genotypes was associated with 2.2-fold decreased odds of telomere shortening. And as I mentioned before, AG genotype is more frequent in women with long telomeres. So we think that AG genotype might be considered as a protective genotype for telomere shortening. And accumulating evidence suggests that the TAP1 is a component of telomerase ribonucleoprotein complex and is responsible for catalyzing an addition of new synthetic telomere sequences to chromosome ends. And our previous study, we found that genetic variants of TAP1 gene participated in the regulation of telomere length, and as our analyzed SNPs, AG genotype might be associated with a slower telomere shortening. And references, and thank you for your attention. Maybe you have any questions?
Thank you, Greta. Do you have any questions?
Okay, may I start? So, Greta, really thank you for nicely organized and nicely presented study. I would like to mention that really I got a lot of information regarding gene. I know why I've chosen the gene, how it is associated, what is the connection between the SNP that you analyze in between the length of the telomeres. The connection is really clear. Methods also of the analysis were very clear. I wonder why you chose it to analyze healthy women.
Well, it's actually the first part of our study. We are hoping to investigate the impact of this SMP to age-related macular degeneration. So this is the first part. We will investigate it in our future studies.
Okay, it is really clear. What other polymorphism you think might be relevant in the same gene? What are your plans?
We already have those single nucleotide polymorphisms, but not studied yet. So we think that those that we have, they will have an impact on AMD.
Okay. One thing that for me it was missing is the age of women. Maybe you really have it, because I think it also might have an effect on the telomeres. So this must be taken into account, into calculations. And also, this is multifactorial disease. So in the future, we are looking forward for your results, together with more polymorphisms and environmental factors or other factors that might affect. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Commission. Thank you, Greta. And I would like to introduce our last speaker for this session, Ieva Janulaitytė.
Dear colleagues, professors, it's a pleasure to meet again in person. I really missed it because all black screens, you know. So let me present my latest work. Yesterday it got accepted, so I'm very happy of it. So asthmatic eosinophils alter the gene expression of extracellular matrix proteins in airway smooth muscle cells and pulmonary fibroblasts. So to begin with, asthma is a chronic airway disease that is characterized by airway inflammation that contributes to airway hyperresponsiveness, airway flow limitation that causes asthma symptoms such as coughing, wheezing, shortness of breath. Chronic inflammation causes airway structure changes, including fibrosis, mucus hypersecretion, injury and epithelial cells, injury of epithelial cells, smooth muscle cells, hypertrophy, and hyperplasia. Eosinophilic asthma is one of asthma endotypes that is characterized by airway and blood eosinophilia. Eosinophils migrate to the airway where they secrete various mediators, pro-inflammatory mediators such as TGF-beta. We know that TGF-beta activates airway smooth muscle cells and fibroblasts. That differentiates to more active cell phenotypes. Cells are more contractile, produce more extracellular matrix proteins that deposits in the airway wall. These changes together are called remodeling. So our aim was to investigate the effect of asthmatic eosinophils on the gene expression of extracellular matrix proteins in airway smooth muscle cells and pulmonary fibroblasts. So we recruited 34 subjects. 14 of them were allergic asthma patients, 9 severe non-allergic eosinophilic asthma patients, and 11 healthy subjects. So we asked to come for a visit. We took their blood and isolated the eosinophils using high-density centrifugation and magnetic separation. Then we made combined cultures with airway smooth muscle cells and pulmonary fibroblasts. 24 hours after incubation, we washed the eosinophils away and lysed and used it for gene expression analysis. For the TGF-beta signaling pathway analysis, we used the array analysis model. We chose the genes that were the most described in asthma, that was most important in asthma, and made a custom-made plate for this analysis. So let's begin. So SNEA patients were significantly older than allergic asthma patients and healthy subjects. However, we state that it didn't have any impact on eosinophils, as we try to compare disease severity, not the age differences. So yeah, and severe non-allergic asthma is a late onset disease, so naturally the patients were older. Severe asthma patients had worse lung function compared to allergic asthma patients and the healthy subjects. Also, asthmatic patients had increased blood eosinophilia and immunoglobulin E concentration. Also, we expected that we would find differences after allergen challenge in allergic asthma group, as we provoked them with dermatophagoides pteronicinus. However, we found only tendencies, but no significant differences. So let's start. Yeah, so what we found in extracellular matrix proteins expression was that asthmatic eosinophils significantly increased collagen 1, fibronectin, decorin, and vitronectin genes expression in airway smooth muscle cells, and collagen 1, also elastin gene expression in pulmonary fibroblasts. Interestingly, Tenaskin C, we didn't expect it, was significantly lower than healthy eosinophil effect. After Tenaskin C, gene expression in pulmonary fibroblasts were significantly lower after incubation with, I will skip it. Sorry if I'm after a very hard night shift, so yeah. I will continue. Allergen activated eosinophils significantly increased collagen 1, fibronectin, elastin gene expression in airway smooth muscle cells, also collagen 1, fibronectin, elastin, and versican gene expression in pulmonary fibroblasts. After that, we evaluated matrix metalloproteinases gene expression in same cells, and we found that MMP2, MMP9 were significantly higher after incubation with allergic, with asthma eosinophils compared to control cells in both cell lines. And interestingly, the new ADAM33 MMP was significantly promoted after incubation with asthmatic eosinophils in airway smooth muscle cells. After allergen challenge, MMP12 and ADAM33 were significantly higher in airway smooth muscle cells, but we didn't find any changes in pulmonary fibroblasts. When we evaluated tissue inhibitors of metalloproteinases in same cells, and we found that TIMP1 and TIMP2 were significantly promoted by asthmatic eosinophils compared to healthy eosinophils in both cell lines. And after allergen challenge, TIMP1 in pulmonary fibroblasts was significantly higher than at the baseline. So So TGF-beta signaling pathway, we choose to evaluate all the palette of it, beginning with TGF-beta 1, 2, 3, latent TGF-beta binding protein gene expression, also receptors, canonical TGF-beta signaling pathway molecules, and non-canonical TGF-beta signaling pathway molecules. So what we found was, I will try to shorten up because I see the time. The TGF-beta 1 and 2 were significantly increased in both cell lines after incubation with asthmatic eosinophils. Interestingly, in airway smooth muscle cells, the non-canonical molecules were more promoted than canonical, and it was completely opposite in pulmonary fibroblasts, as we see here. It's more elevated. So, after allergen challenge, we found that TGF-beta 1 and TGF-beta 2 were increased in both cell lines, and also previously mentioned differences in canonical and non-canonical signaling pathway was more highlighted. So to conclude, the asthmatic eosinophils imbalanced extracellular matrix homeostasis and promoted TGF-beta signaling pathway. Suppression of TGF-beta signaling pathway may be a target to decrease airway remodeling in asthma. And I want to thank for funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Yeva. Do we have any question from the professors?
Okay, thank you, Yeva. It is pleasant to see you because you are our, how to say, always in the conferences. You are participating, and last year I remember during this COVID period on Teams you also presented your interesting results. And now from your presentation, I understood that this is as a final presentation before the most important presentation, which will be this summer, yes?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So I would like to thank you for this, that you are our such presenter, traditional, and I would like to wish you the best and all the best for your final presentation in the summer.
Thank you.
So good
Professor.
luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yeva. And Yeva was our last presenter, and I would like to thank you all for your brilliant presentations. And I would like to stress out that the nominees are going to be announced after clinical session. So please stay and listen to your colleagues' presentation. And I would like to invite our commission members to maybe say a few remarks or observations.
Okay, so I will stand to be there. So, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank all of you, and indeed, I was very happy and impressed by your interesting presentations, because these, as a traditional, I think this, as international, it was declared that it is the second international, but this PhD Students Conferences takes, I think, from 2010 years. And what is pleasant that all the time I see that the level of the presentation is increasing, and it is indeed very pleasant. And I see that there are used various methods that combine and morphology and molecular biology, and that this collaboration between PhD students and between the supervisors, of course, of the PhD students is on the right way. And indeed, after this presentation, I see that you that all of you will have good results in publications and in thesis defending. So good luck and thank you for your efforts to do a high-level research. And maybe Professor Uganskene will tell some words.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, so thank you very much for inviting and for possibility being here. Actually, to sum up, it's very interesting because here I see people working with different materials, with DNA, with RNA, with proteins, and also working with cell lines and human samples, also animal studies and cell culture studies were presented. And this is the way PhD students prepare. This is the way PhD students grow, and all together with students, we also grow. So good luck for next year. Good luck for those who are ready for defense. And for those who are not participating, I encourage you, and I would like to see you next year, because those discussions, I think, help us and lead us to better results. So thank you very much.
So thank you everyone for being with us, and now it's a coffee break, and we will wait you in our success session, clinical medicine. So thank you again.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this second section in clinical medicine. And today we will have 5 presentations of PhD students. And it is our pleasure to present our 2 reviewer jury. And first of all is Professor Gilda Velichkiene. She is senior researcher in endocrinology department, principal investigator in many trials, and also is member of bioethics committee and supervisor of PhD students.
Hello everyone, welcome back. And the second jury is Sigita Gelman. It's a medical gastroenterological doctor, and also she's a researcher at the Lithuania University of Health Science Gastroenterology Institute. So please, and have a nice presentation.
So we will have 5 presenters, and 3 of them will be winners. And for first presentation, we invite participate from online. It is.
And yes, and please welcome Toma Steponkienė.
So, good afternoon. My apologies for not being with the audience. And at the same time, I would like to thank the organizers for opportunity to present online my topic, effectiveness of neuromuscular exercise program and visual feedback in the management of body position for stroke survivors. So basically, in many countries, stroke is the second or third leading cause of death and one of the leading causes of acquired long-term impairment or disability in adults. Balance, movement coordination, gait disturbances, and the loss of muscle function are most commonly observed for stroke survivors. And impaired static and dynamic imbalances lead to increased risk of defaults. The use of virtual reality and interactive video games in rehabilitation can often have some advantages over traditional therapies, such as conventional physical therapy, and of course can give the patients the opportunity to practice daily activities that are not participated or applied in hospital setting. So the aim of the study was to evaluate the change of parameters of body position management during the rehabilitation, applying innovative physical therapy training methods for stroke survivors. And here we set 2 main goals: to evaluate and to compare the changes in static and dynamic postural stability before and after the physical therapy using 2 different methods. So This study enrolled 50 patients who met the inclusion criteria, so had experienced ischemic stroke for the first time, were middle-aged or elderly, and for those whose muscle strength of lower extremities were not less than 3 points and did not have any neglect or did not have any bigger cognitive function impairment. So after the selection and randomization to the groups, first testing was performed using Zebra system. So our first study group performed innovative neuromuscular exercise program with visual feedback using Biodex Gait Trainer and Biodex Balance platform for 4 weeks, 5 times a week, and 1 hour per day. And our second study group performed casual program without any visual feedback for the same amount of time. And of course, after 4-week training, second testing was performed and the data analysis was made. So a short introduction about our testing system Zebras. So for static and dynamic balance testing, we used the Zebras equipment. So basically, Zebras platform is computerized software system with high-quality sensors which are integrated in the platform, which allows detailed analysis of individual patient static and dynamic balance, gait parameters such as foot rotation, stride width, step length, step time. Also, the platform calculates all the step phases parameters and many others. So during the procedure, basically the patient is asked to walk 4 times through the platform for dynamic balance and analysis, and for static balance analysis, the patient is asked to stand still for 30 seconds on the platform. So the mean age in the first group of our patients was 65 years old, with 71% of males. And the stroke affected left body side for 57% of our participants. In the second study group, the mean age was 72 years old, with 10 males of 22 participants in second group, and for 77% in this group, stroke affected their left body side. So here in stance analysis, this actually black point shows the centers of pressure over the time. And here in these pictures on the right, we can see how the ellipse area looks like in this Zebras platform and how does this ellipse area change after the training program. And analyzing the results of our study, our both study groups showed better ellipse area results. The ellipse area had decreased, which means better static postural stability of the body or less body swinging when standing. During the average foot forces measurement, this bar shows the distribution of relative forces as a percentage, which are divided between both left and right foots when standing still on the surface. And here we can see that our first study group, which received training with visual feedback, demonstrated better results when dividing the forces, when dividing the weight between left and right leg. And here we can see that the affected side, left side, forces from 35% increased to almost 50%, which means that the patients are able to use weight bearing almost equally for both his legs. And normally, low distribution of 50% for each between the left and right leg is considered as normal. So talking about gait analysis, first study group demonstrated better results in step length improvement with both legs. And basically this measurement describes the phase within a gait cycle between the heel contact of one side and the heel contact on of the collateral side. The velocity measures average gait speed during the analyzed measuring interval. So here we can see that after 4-week training program, both our study groups improved their walking speed significantly. And as the walking speed increases, the cadence, the step frequency also improves. And here we can see that our second study group showed better results. Their step frequency increased from 65 steps per minute to about 72 steps per minute, which is quite good. Okay, so next two parameters that I'm going to present is called the butterfly analysis. So one of the parameters is length of gait lines. So basically this parameter covers the progression of the center of pressure of the steps recorded of one side of the body. And here in the picture on the right side, we can see how the parameter looks like when the patient cannot bear his weight on the right foot heel, which means lower gait line with his affected right leg. And here in our study, both our study groups showed increased results of gait line. The first group showed better results with both legs, and the second study group showed increased results with left leg. And the other parameter shows maximum gait line velocity and is more colorful in zebra system. So here the center of pressure tracks that are displayed in color shows different levels of speed. So red color means the speed is fast, green it's intermediate, and the blue color shows that the speed is slow. And here in the picture we can see how butterfly diagram should look like in a healthy person, and here we can see how the butterfly diagram looks like for stroke survivor with shorter gait line and lower speed. And here in our study, first study group, we demonstrated better speed results after the training. So for the conclusions, both groups showed impaired results in static postural stability. Ellipse area had significantly decreased in both study groups. And also first study group, after 4-week training with visual feedback, improved their average forefoot and backfoot forces load on the surface. And of course, our both study groups improved their walking ability and showed better gait parameter results after 4-week training. And for the ending, I would like to say that innovative technologies such as neuromuscular exercise program and real-time visual feedback used during the physical therapy can significantly improve patient static and dynamic balance, mobility, gait, functional parameters, which allows them to become more independent in their daily life. So thank you.
Presentation, and maybe our reviewers have any questions for you.
Thank you very much for a very nice presentation of very valuable study, and I have several questions. First of all, I would like to ask how randomization was performed, and the second question, does the blindness take part in your study, and also in which way the feedback was given to the patients, how they receive this feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The randomization was made that we selected the groups with a different number of papers. So basically we prepared 50 papers, and if the patient met the selection criteria, we gave the patient to select one of the papers, and that's how they were selected to different groups. About blinding, there was no blinding in the study because the physical therapist knew what program they should perform for the patient, and the patient also knew which kind of program he's going to receive during the rehabilitation program. And about feedback for the patients after the training or after the whole rehabilitation program, we're trying to show this ZEBRIS analysis for the patient, and we are trying to explain how does the parameters change for the patient during the whole rehabilitation period.
Yes, I would like also to ask a couple of questions. Thank you, of course, for a nice presentation, a very difficult topic for me to listen. I'm not the specialist here, but I was just wondering, are you using this biofeedback or these technologies in your clinical practice every day in your patients, or is it just experimental for now and you're planning to do that? Thank you.
Actually, nursing faculty bought us this equipment with visual feedback. So this is why we are doing this study. We want to know if the equipment was worth to buy it. So we are trying to do this kind of research. And that's why we are trying to use it more in our practical life, the patients.
Thank you.
Any questions from audience? So thank you, Toma, and good luck for your future research. So thank you. And for next presentation, we invite Evgeny Razgulin, and welcome.
Can you hear me? Yes, I think you can. So hello everyone, it's nice to be here. Today I'm going to talk about associations between socio-cultural adjustment and international students' mental health and well-being. Worldwide, there are 5.6 million students who are studying abroad, not in their native countries, and a lot of problems may occur in the first year of their stay in the host country due to socio-cultural adjustment, and those difficulties could lead to the worsening of the mental health and well-being of the international students. International students are also classified as a group at risk due to adjustment difficulties, and they are more likely to have different psychological problems. And although those reasons suggest that socio-cultural adjustment seems to be linked with the mental health and well-being of international students. The aim of this study was to measure the associations between socio-cultural adjustment and international students' mental health and well-being. 193 first-year international students who are studying at Kaunas, at 4 universities in Kaunas, Lithuania, took participation in this research. Their age was 21.2 years, and the study was carried from February to March 2020, so just before COVID lockdown. The permission was obtained from Kaunas Regional Ethical Committee of Biomedical Research. Here you can see some numbers of sample characteristics. You can see that more than 60% of participants were men, less than 40% women. Also, we divided their study programs into groups. So one group, more than 70% were from life sciences, health sciences, and veterinary medicine study programs. And another group was from engineering and computing sciences. 2 students didn't indicate any study program in their questionnaires. Also, you can see where those students came. So more than 1/3 of students came from European Economic Area, less than 1/3 from Israel. Then we had students from India and Southeast Asia, post-Soviet countries except of those who are in European Economical Area, and some students from Arab countries and Turkey, and few students from other countries. Talking about methodology, 6 scales were used for this research. So firstly, socio-cultural adjustment of international students were measured with socio-cultural adaptation scale. Level of depressiveness was measured with Center for Epidemiological Studies Depression Scale revised. The risk of general anxiety disorder was measured with DAD-7. Current well-being was measured with WHO-5 well-being index. Students' health status was measured with 1 question, self-rated health question, and the subjective health complaints were measured with HBSC symptom checklist. Here you can see some results of this research. So we can see that 67% of international students have high level of well-being, but 1/3 of them has poor level of well-being, unfortunately. Also, we can see that 20% of international students have moderate level of anxiety and 16% have severe level of anxiety, which might need some clinical examination, some clinical help. And when we are talking about depressiveness, we can see that in the first year, international students have quite high level of depressiveness. And when we are talking about links and associations between socio-cultural adjustment and mental health and well-being, we can see that the strongest association is with depressiveness. So those students who have high socio-cultural adjustment, they have less symptoms of depressiveness, and those who are adjusted not so well, they are quite depressive. Also, we have strong association with anxiety, so the same. Those students who are adjusted well, they have less anxiety, higher well-being. If students are well adjusted, they have higher well-being. If they are not so adjusted well, so we have more complaints of their health and more psychosomatic symptoms. And there are some conclusions. So as I mentioned, mental health problems are quite common among international students. You can see the numbers. And international students' socio-cultural adjustment is associated with their mental health indicators, such as depressiveness, anxiety, psychosomatic symptoms, subjective health, and well-being. And there are some practical implications for universities and for students themselves. So the high prevalence of mental health problems among first-year international students should be taken into consideration by the university authorities and professionals who are working, and sufficient support and help should be provided, and it should be accessible, because you can see that numbers are really high, and a lot of students need help during the first year when we come here and when many difficulties might occur. Also, socio-cultural adjustment is a modifiable factor, so that's good news, we can change it. And therefore, international students could prepare and learn more about the host country and its culture before coming to a new country for studies and later during their stay here. And also, universities can help those students by providing a friendly and open environment together with courses and different activities, which can help international students to understand the host culture and to prepare for new challenges. So that's a short presentation.
Thank you very much, Evgeny. It's very important, this topic, well-being, not for now, but for every day. So I would like to ask if some questions from commissioners.
Thank you for a very nice presentation and a very important topic, of course, that you touched. Maybe I didn't understand. I was wondering, how did you measure social economic adjustment of the students?
Social cultural adjustment. Okay, no. So there is scale, social cultural adjustment or adaptation scale, which has 40 questions, and it has questions about different areas of life, from communication with locals, bureaucracy, authorities, shopping, understanding environment, all of those situations which might occur during everyday life. So, and we measure it.
Okay, thank you. And another short question. We all know that being a student is a stressful experience whatsoever. Do you think that it might be, well, the numbers would be similar in our, for example, Lithuanian students that come from the country, not in the big cities?
Mm-hmm. I think that those students who come from another places have more stress, because I came from another city, so I know it from my own experience. But maybe not so much, because culture is not so difficult. I also measure social support, but that's for next maybe presentation. Social support is another second important indicator, not indicator but factor, which implements for stress and mental health of students. So those both are very important. So those students who come from another place, we lose their social network, and that's affect them, of course. But for international students, as culture is different, religion is different, maybe food is different, weather, everything is different. So it's more difficult. But if talking about numbers, and COVID, let's say, numbers, so quite high numbers are among students, and among students they are higher than in general population also. So it should be in focus of universities in general.
Okay, thank you very much. One answer I have already received.
Yes.
And I actually value your work very much, because really very important topic. And my question would be, how you invited those students to participate in the study, because you have some disproportion between genders?
Mm-hmm. Yes, of course. So it was a difficult task, of course, because for universities, a lot of requirements. So I just talked with the teachers, first of all, and the gender is because the population is different, let's say. If we are talking about our universities, so I guess half and half is men and women. But if we talk about some other universities, technical universities, so majority of students are from the male population. So that's why there is a disproportion, let's say, I would say. And it was done during the lectures. Before the lecture, I presented the research, what I am doing. And after the lectures, we could fill in the questionnaires.
Have you checked with psychological well-being between genders?
Yes, and mental health, if we are talking, so in general, there is no differences. It's surprising, except of anxiety. And a lot of researchers also found that anxiety is higher among women than among males, men. And the same was results in my research. Also, many numbers were high among women, but it wasn't statistically noticeable. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. More questions?
And maybe you have some topics or keynotes how to reduce the anxiety.
Okay.
That one question.
I think that's another presentation. So I would like just to say that there is psychological well-being center at the university, and my colleagues are giving a lot of advices and seminars on this topic. And I am working with the same topic with international students, so everybody is welcome to join.
Okay. Thank you very much. One more question.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
So, thank you very much for your presentation. I just wanted to ask if you have any data about how this social cultural adjustment shift throughout the years of the studying, and if does at all?
Okay, a very good question. I did this research twice, so it was longitudinal. I just presented the first part, and second part was after 1 year. And before first and second there was COVID lockdown, okay, just for everyone to understand the context. And interestingly, after 1 year, nothing has changed. So it seems like COVID stopped adjustment. So when we're looking at the second year students, they're very similar to the first year students. From practice, we don't know even where some buildings are. So we should know that. COVID just stopped the process of adjustment. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Evgenia. And our next presenter, please, Gediminas Samulėnas.
Hello, I'm Gediminas Samulėnas, a surgeon and a doctoral student from the Department of Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery in our university. And today my topic is actually very short and simple. It's an accidental finding during our doctoral studies. It's about Dupuytren's contracture, and it has a specific clinical expression if the disease appears after a patient had sustained an injury to the hand. Dupuytren's contracture, abbreviated DC, it's a chronic benign fibrosis of the third layer of our palm, so-called palmar aponeurosis. It was first described in 1831 by a French surgeon called Guillaume Dupuytren. And this illness, it appears as nodules in the palmar aponeurosis. Then these nodules aggregate together to make fibroproliferative bands, which during the course of the illness contract and cause extension deficit through proximal interphalangeal and metacarpophalangeal joints. When the disease progresses, it causes impairment of hand function, and late-staged diseases, if they're not treated appropriately, they can end up with finger amputation. And this illness has a polygenic and multifactorial origin. It most likely appears in individuals who have a genetic susceptibility in combination with specific environmental factors. And disease is autosomal dominant with genetic penetrance level of approximately 18%. If we would take a look at the global prevalence of Dupuytren's contracture, we would see a huge geographic imbalance. In certain populations, the rate is 3%, especially in African and Asian countries. But if we would take a look at Northern Europe, it's swarming with Dupuytren's, up to 42%. If we would take a look at Norwegians, and actually Dupuytren's contracture is also called Viking disease because it came from Scandinavian countries. So from elder Norwegians, 1 in 3 people have DC. And if we would take a broader area of Northern Europe, and we also belong to this area, we see that 1 in 10 men have Dupuytren's contracture. Most of patients have a mild course of the disease. And this data matches with statistics from US. In US citizens, 12 million citizens are diagnosed with Dupuytren's contracture, but they don't have the actual contracture. They have only nodes in the palm. 3 million, additionally, Americans have the fingers bent. They truly have the actual contracture. And only less than 1 million have diathesis for DC, a set of features that make them very tricky patients with a very likely chance of disease recurrence. So it seems that nothing is new. There is a common condition. Treatment is only surgical, nothing else could help, but there still are no guidelines. The diagnostics is simple, it's not difficult to diagnose DC, but the root of the illness, the etiopathogenesis, is still unclear, and treatment doesn't treat the root of the problem, doesn't treat the cause, only corrects the consequences that can actually return. And we got curious about this topic during our initial doctoral research, which is mostly genetic, because many people, many patients come to our outpatient setting and they simply throw away in the conversation that they had an injury to the hand and then a contracture appeared. So we looked deeper in the literature and found that this topic is discussed from 1891, after Anderson linked acute hand traumatism with Dupuytren's contracture. There were a lot of other studies done. An important milestone here is 2005, when authors Elliott and Raghuvanshi created criteria how to distinguish. How can we say that this contracture should have appeared after injury, or is it a standard Dupuytren's contracture? So there are a lot of studies that have linked acute hand injury with Dupuytren's contracture, and actually we are here in the list belonging to the community of worldwide Dupuytren's researchers. Our aim was to identify how many of these patients do we meet in our daily practice, and is trauma-induced Dupuytren's contracture somehow different than the standard one. We managed to collect 132 patients who underwent primary treatment, a day case aponeurectomy surgery in the Department of Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery. We have the bioethics approval set in 2019. We aimed to collect loads of data and we double-checked it with medical histories that we took from archives to eliminate an unavoidable retrospective scientific bias coming from the retrospective study design, of course. We measured the contractures by using goniometry and staged DCs according to Tobiano classification. And we formed our groups according to the criteria for recognition of DC after acute injury established in 2005. Not all these points are significant, the most importantly, there shouldn't have been any signs of Dupuytren's contracture before the injury occurred. Injury has to be located within the palm, wrist, or forearm, and the disease, Dupuytren's contracture, should have appeared within 1 year. That's how we got two groups of patients: injury-related disease and not injury-related disease, or standard Dupuytren's contractures. So from all patients, 77 had a sort of an injury of acute hand trauma in the past, and only 29, that's 1/5 of all patients, according to the criteria, could be considered injury-induced Dupuytren's contractures. There were 8 laceration injuries, 14 fractures, some surgical cases after carpal tunnel release and trigger finger release, and a couple of ligament tears and sprains, in total 29 patients. It's important to understand diathesis, the link between susceptibility to DC. If patients had first-degree relatives that previously had DC or have them still, or the disease started at a young age, or if both hands are affected by DC, if the patient is male gender, and if people are Caucasian, then they have very high diathesis for development of either injury-induced or not injury-induced disease. And that's why Lithuanian population is ideal to study Dupuytren's contracture, because we do have a lot of genetic predisposition towards this illness. And from all the data we collected, we didn't find a lot to show. We didn't find statistical significance comparing how many digits, fingers are affected, manual labor, comorbidities, and so on. But we found that patients who are considered injury-related disease, they had the disease for a longer time. And in contrast, their stages, it's statistically significant that they have milder course of the disease. They are ill for a longer time, but have less progressed illness. So we made two conclusions. Around 1/5 of our patients should be considered as an injury-related disease if they have an injury in the past. And acute hand injury triggers a less progressive type of DC. Thank you.
Thank you, Gediminas, for your interesting presentation. Any questions from our committee?
Yes, thank you for your presentation and your work. I have one question. I was wondering how would you personally translate your findings in your clinical practice? Do they matter to you? You know, the finding that some
Yes.
of these patients have the traumatic course of the disease.
Yes, it's actually a positive thing if it's an injury-related DC, because it's easier to treat, they are less likely to recur, it's a much easier patient. And when we are performing palmar surgeries, the surgery to treat Dupuytren's contracture is called aponeurectomy. It's limited. We cannot cut the whole arm. We must minimize the surgical injury to the minimal extent and have a good result. So when Dupuytren's contracture progresses, there are many fibroproliferatory bands, not only the one that we see that causes the actual contracture, but there are ones going deeper, going along the nerves. So if the patient would be a standard DC patient, we would have to be very aggressive with surgery, and we have to be very protective around the sensory nerves. But if the patient is injury-induced DC, the treatment can be very simple. One main band could be released, and well, if no more injuries will occur, it's very unlikely that the disease will recur.
Okay, thank you. Then I have another question. Are you going to test all of your patients with DC for the traumatic cause?
Yes, actually we are preparing a questionnaire. It's pretty simple, but it would be very easy and beneficial to group patients to these groups. It could change the treatment plan and risks for the patient. Less surgery, less problems.
So any questions from audience? No? Thank you, Gediminas.
Thank you.
And for next presentation, I'm inviting Ieva Žemaitienė.
Hello everyone, I'm Ieva Žemaitienė from the Rehabilitation Department of Lithuania Science Health University. So today I'm talking about the associations of postural stability with surface electromyography of leg muscle in stroke patients. And undoubtedly, postural stability is a very important factor in early rehabilitation for the function, balance, and mobility of the torso in stroke patients with severe hemiparesis or even in hemiplegia. But how does this relate to a patient who are already capable of walking but still have persistent mild hemiparesis? Is postural stability related to signals of leg muscle electromyography? And it is very important for the physiotherapist to know which muscles are damaged. Accurate measurements of muscle electrical activation signal is well suited for the purpose. It is very important for a physiotherapist to know which muscles are damaged. Accurate measurement of muscle electrical activation signals is very suitable for you. Nevertheless, this study requires some knowledge and the ability to analyze the data. Also, it is quite expensive. Therefore, the study is often abandoned. Surface electromyography provides a non-invasive window into the nervous system that can be used to monitor muscle activity. The aim of the study was to identify correlations between the parameters of leg muscle surface electromyography during walking and the postural stability index in stroke patients with mild hemiparesis during early rehabilitation. And the methods. The study included 129 patients with a mean age of 71 years. These subjects were treated in Kulautuvos Hospital of Rehabilitation and Affiliation Hospital of Lithuania University of Health Sciences, Kauno Clinikas, and had experienced a stroke for the first time. Patients had to be able to walk without the help of others, and the evaluation of their leg strength had to be at least 3 points on the Oxford scale. In 61 patients, the right leg was affected, and in 68 patients, the control of the left leg was impaired. All patients underwent an average of 32 physiotherapy procedures. The subjects were tested twice. At baseline, a gait test on a treadmill with the evaluation of surface electromyography signals, measuring with an 8-channel surface electromyography device, and an assessment of postural stability with a balance system, which is a Biodex balance system, were performed. The same tests were repeated before the patients were discharged from the hospital. The Kolmogorov-Smirnov test for normality, the Spearman's correlation coefficient, and calculations of descriptive statistics were used for the statistical analysis, and measured these 4 muscles in both sides, affected and unaffected: muscle rectus femoris, muscle biceps femoris, muscle tibialis anterior, and muscle lateral gastrocnemius. And the gender was the male were 56% and the female was 45%. And with the diabetic mellitus were 21%, and with arterial fibrillation were 31%. The patient who had ischemic heart disease were 38%, and with arterial hypertension were 71%. Also, the hemoparetic side were the right 47%, and the left side was affected for 53%. And the most important artery were damaged, the arteria cerebri media. And the age group where the most of all patients was from 61 year till 80 years old. The Bartle index before at the baseline, the most had 80 points, and the Bartle index at the end of rehabilitation were 100 points. The assessed for eligibility were 530 patients, and we excluded 326 patients because of cerebral infarction was not the first time. Muscle strength according to Oxford scale were less than 2 points, and patients were unable to walk without the help of others, and unable to communicate or understand instructions properly, and the patients who refused to participate. At the baseline, we had made an assessment of gait analysis with surface electromyography and postural stability test with the Biodex balance system. In addition to conventional physiotherapies, the subjects were treated with virtual gait training procedures and balance training procedures with Biodex balance system. And after the baseline assessment and before the end of rehabilitation, we excluded 58 patients who had unstable heart rate at the assessment day, increased blood pressure due to waiting to return home or feeling a stress, digestive or bowel problems, and who refused to participate. And at the end, the second time, we had made the same tests with a gait analysis system with surface electromyography and the postural stability test with Biodex balance system. And at the end, we had 129 patients. And here I have to show you how is made the tests of the gait with surface electromyography. It is one of my patients. So the patient has to walk for 30 seconds, and he has attached the devices on his legs. And this is how we are doing the postural stability test for a patient on Biodex balance system. The patient stands, and with his legs he has to reach points on the window. And the results. Prior to the rehabilitation, none of the assistant muscles, that was tibialis anterior, rectus femoris, biceps femoris, or lateral gastrocnemius, showed any correlation to the surface electromyography parameters with the postural stability index. But after the rehabilitation, a statistically significant indirect weak association was found between the superficial electromyography signals of the anterior tibialis muscle and the postural stability index. That was made, so the yellow one shows the statistical significance and the statistical significant indirect weak association was also found between the surface electromyography signals of the lateral gastrocnemius muscle and the torso stability index of the unaffected leg. There was also a statistically significant indirect weak association between the surface electromyography signals of the lateral gastrocnemius muscle of the affected leg and the postural stability index. This suggests that postural stability is not directly related to the surface electromyography signals of the proximal leg muscles, but has associations with the distal muscles after the rehabilitation. And in conclusion, in order to restore postural stability in stroke patients with mild hemiparesis during early rehabilitation, much attention should be paid to the distal leg muscles. So, thank you.
Thank you, Yeva, and it's really very important, the good rehabilitation for the quality of life for those patients that you have. So it's, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering, as always, how are you going to use this information in your everyday practice? Are you going to test all of your patients with stroke for this with this device that you are talking about, and just think which patient needs more attention to the distal muscles and which patient does not?
Thank you for the question. It's very important for my job, really. We are testing, for now, I am testing all the patients who can be tested and who wants to be tested. So, for the asking for your question, I want to say that it is very expensive test. So, we need an electrodes who is not so cheap. So it depends how many monies we will get, and or how many monies will be able to pay the patient for the electrodes. If he will be able to pay, so we are going to do that for everyone. But it is very important because not in direct way, but the muscle electrical signals shows that the ability to change the postural stability for the patients. So it means that the muscle strength and muscles signals is very important for the balancing for the patient. So if I answered your question, thank you.
Any more questions? So thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
In the future. And now please welcome our last presenter is Eglė Savukytė.
Okay, hello all. It's nice to meet you all here, and it's an honor for me to be here and to present my work. My name is Eglė Savukytė. I'm an obstetrician gynecologist and PhD student, and I want to talk about transvaginal evaluation of cesarean scar during pregnancy. First of all, I want to say that this is my last year of PhD studies, so some of my data are already published in Medicine Journal last year and this year. What is about uterine scars? Why we are talking about it? Because it seems that it's increasing problem because of higher rates of cesarean deliveries in all over the world, and of course in Lithuania too. For example, in our clinics, in Kaunas clinics, last year we have 27% of cesarean sections rates, and a few years ago it was only 23% of C-sections. So still it's not known how the C-section scar niche is associated with the increased risk of uterine scar dehiscence or rupture during the labor. In previous literature, many studies were performed in non-pregnant status, so we decided to check how it could be on pregnant woman, and ultrasound evaluation of the uterine scar has become an important element of obstetric and gynecology practice, especially in pregnancies. This is the first one study about uterine scars in Lithuania till now, and we think that evaluation of the cesarean scar in the first trimester is not used before as a predictor of uterine rupture in a subsequent pregnancy. So the objectives was to investigate the prevalence of C-section scar niches during the first trimester of pregnancy, to measure the scar at every trimester of pregnancy, and we wanted to evaluate possible risk factors for the niche evaluation, and to relate C-section scar measurements and the mode of the delivery. So the methods you can see here, it was a prospective longitudinal study, and during our period of enrolled patient, we have 140 enrolled pregnant women after at least one previous cesarean section. And we used transvaginal sonography to examine C-section scars at each trimester of pregnancy. So for all pregnant women, we checked the uterine scar at 3 times in pregnancy. Of course, the study protocol was approved by BIT committee, and because it's a new trial, it was registered in Clinical Trials Registry 2. So here you can see the flowchart of our patient in the study. Some of them were excluded. So the final patient group for analysis was of 122 pregnant women. So how we measured the scar during pregnancy, and here you can see the original painting of cesarean scar niche measurements. So you can see here A is the scar length, B is a depth and residual myometrial thickness over the niche, and near the niche we measured the myometrial thickness. So, cesarean scar niche, what does it mean? It's defined as indentation at the site of cesarean scar with a depth of at least 2 millimeters. And you can see the example of ultrasound examination on the first trimester of pregnancy. You can see the cervix, you can see the niche. Usually in our study population it's almost 100% was in triangle shape, and cesarean scar niche is comprised from 2 components, the hypoechogenic part and myometrial thickness above the niche. How it looks in the for another patient, yes, not all patients had cesarean scar niches. You can see that in some patients we saw visible scars, but they are not niches. Yes, they are not large niches. In some patients we cannot see visible scars at all, so we measured just myometrial thickness near the internal cervical os. What about the second trimester of pregnancy? We measured full lower uterine segment thickness as the area of the previous scar and myometrial thickness as the thinnest part of the scar area in the second trimester. And the same in the third trimester of pregnancy. We measured lower uterine segment thickness and myometrial thickness. Here you can notice that the cervix, yes, the fetal head, and urine bladder. Urine bladder should be full during the measurement in the second and third trimester, but during the first trimester it should be empty. And the results, you can see here the scar visibility during pregnancy. So you can see that in 78% of cases we saw nicely, clearly scars after C-section, but in 22% there was not visible scar. And from visible scars, we saw that in half of them it was cesarean scar niches. So they are not rare. What about the study population according to cesarean section numbers? In our study, there were 77% of patients after one C-section and 23% after two and more previous cesarean sections. Here you can see the main scar measurements during the first trimester of pregnancy, the scar length, the depth, the residual myometrial thickness in millimeters. And we compared two groups according to cesarean scar niche. And we checked the risk factors for cesarean scar niche during pregnancy, and we didn't find any statistical significance according to cesarean scar niche or no niche, and maternal age, advanced body mass index, gestational diabetes, smoker status, previous vaginal birth, but according to uterine curettage, previous uterine curettage, we saw that it was a risk factor for cesarean scar niche because we found statistical significance there. So the mode of the delivery from all our patient group, we saw that mostly underwent elective repeat cesarean delivery. Next, they went for vaginal birth, and some of them needed for emergency repeat cesarean delivery. To compare two groups according to cesarean scar niche, you can see that there were no any difference in type of delivery because successful vaginal birth and emergency repeated and elective repeated cesarean deliveries, they were not statistically significant in those two groups. So we decided that cesarean scar niche did not have any impact for a type of delivery in our patient group. Also, you can see here some kinds of outcomes and complications in our study population. It was very interesting that in our study population there were only two cases of uterine scar dehiscence and no cases of uterine rupture. Of course, it's good, but all doctors were blinded to our results. They don't look to my results. They don't know which patient have uterine scar niche or doesn't have niche. So, but only two cases, so we cannot find any significance, of course, from this data. And to conclude, I can say that cesarean scar niche was detected in half of the study population with a visible cesarean scar niche in the first trimester of pregnancy. We realized that uterine surgery, curettage, for many reasons, had a significant influence on cesarean skin niche development in a subsequent pregnancy, and that the uterine scar dehiscence during vaginal birth could be potentially associated with cesarean scar niche, because in our two cases of cesarean scar dehiscence in the first trimester we saw large uterine niche, but still single evaluation, it's a question, that still single evaluation of cesarean scar in the first trimester could be used to predict uterine rupture or dehiscence, of course. And that cesarean scar niche didn't have any statistical impact for the type of delivery. So thank you. Questions, maybe?
Thank you, Agle.
So our committee members, maybe do you have any questions? Remarks?
Thank you very much. Nice presentation, nice study. I would like to ask, have you evaluated the place of placenta implementation with regard to SCAR? And was it important with adverse
outcomes?
Yes.
Yes, of course, we evaluated that, and as you can see here, we have only 3 cases of placenta accreta spectrum disorders. Only 3 cases, 2 were accretas and 1 increta, but anyway, from 3 cases, we cannot do any statistical impact. This is not all my data. Of course, I measured where the placenta is in the first trimester of pregnancy, but still there, I didn't find any statistical impact. It's not dependent on the niche.
Thank you for your presentation. I have another question. Are you planning on further research concerning this problem? Do you still believe that finding a niche in the first trimester would help the doctors with the decision, with the complication rate in the later pregnancy?
Thank you. According to previous literature, they said that uterine scar niche in the first trimester could be measured, and it could be shown for us, for doctors in clinical practice, to be avoid of natural vaginal delivery. But still, no one find any statistical impact for this question. So we believe that if woman complains with vaginal bleeding in the first trimester, or if she is after 2 or 3 previous C-section, of course, we have to look at uterine scar. No one did it before. We are looking just for a baby, for the placenta. No one of us looking for the cesarean scar. So it's a novel. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for all presenters. So really, our presentations was all different, but very excited. So very important what we are doing, PhD students for nowadays and for future medicine and health science. So thank you, our committee, for your questions. And maybe do you have any short remarks for all PhD students? So thank you for you, and we invite you for small presents, and also for all presenters, we also have the presents. So please come. So it's for you, for yourself.
And yes, before the nominees will be announced, we will have a short break. And now we would like to thank you again. And Yevgeny Razgulin, please, we will give you some presents as well. So, and all the presenters, please come.
Yes. Now our committee maybe select which presenters are the winner, and during this few minutes, maybe our presenters come here and we have present for you. Okay, Yevgeny, Eva, Egle.
Ready for our final session. It was a long day today, and finally we have our, in total, 6 nominees and 6 presenters that will be awarded the third, second, and first places in each of the sessions. So we should begin with experimental medicine session, which was the first today. And first of all, I would like to thank each of you who presented presentations today. I know it's not easy to prepare an abstract. It's not easy to be active in your scientific work every day. And what you are doing, each of you, is a very significant work. And thank you for what you do, and thank you for participating in our event. I know that the year after the pandemic, it's really not easy, as our vice rector told us that there are very few theses, few abstracts in our session, in our conference, and in the whole scientific world, even internationally, we are lacking of presenters, lacking of new ideas, because years after COVID, it was not easy to gather data, not easy to perform science research. So I think that each of you should be awarded a really big prize, and thank you for what you do. But despite all those thank yous and all those applauses that each of you are worth, we have 3 prizes for experimental medicine session. So the third place, we are starting from the third place. Third place go to Simona Sakalauskaitė. Congratulations, Simona. Good luck in your work, good luck in your research. Don't lose your enthusiasm. And I would also like to mention that our main sponsor, Eglė, is giving special prizes for every nominee. And for Simona also goes special prize from Eglė Sanatorija. Okay, time for the second place. And second place and special prize from Eglė Sanatorija goes to Justas Žilinskas for his abstract. Congratulations, Justai. I know it will be quite rewarding after such an uneasy work and after research and spending all days in laboratory or gathering data, analyzing statistics, to have a good time and relax in Eglė Sanatorija and just refill yourself with new ideas. Okay, so this was an introduction before the first place in experimental medicine session, which goes to Milda Juknevičienė. Do we have Milda here? No. So we will transfer her prize personally, yes. Okay, and now it's time for clinical medicine session. And third place goes to Toma Steponkienė. She was presenting an online presentation, and I believe she is not here. Maybe she's watching. Toma, if you are watching, congratulations to you. You won the third prize. Second place in clinical medicine session and visit to Eglė Sanatorija goes to Gediminas Samulėnas. Congratulations. And finally, first place for from clinical medicine session and also visit to Eglė Sanatorija goes to Yevgeny Razgulin. for his abstract. Congratulations. So, I think this is it. Thank you for participating. Thank you for staying till the very end of the conference. I hope you enjoyed those 2 days spent together with us, because we really enjoyed organizing this event. We really enjoyed your attendance. And hopefully we will be able to meet next year with more theses, more abstracts, and even more live participants and online participants as well. Thank you for participation. See you next year.